Good morning, a very warm welcome here to Antwerp. Beautiful sunny day, blue skies as we take a look here at the start of today's Antwerp Port Epic, the second edition of this race. 197 kilometres of racing the riders face today, and I must say, having arrived here this morning compared to last year, this race has now really grown. The infrastructure much bigger, and the field is bigger as well. So we're welcoming all the riders onto the start line to get themselves underway. The race will get underway in around about 11, maybe 10 minutes time. A mixture here of some of the even World Tour teams, Pro Continental teams, and the Continental squads as well. The riders just getting themselves focused and ready. Today's race is centred, of course, on Antwerp's main port, which is a pretty significant port in terms of not just Europe, but also in terms of the global importance of this particular city. So the riders will be working their way out through the port. We'll get the opportunity to see the port itself and to find out a little bit more about it. And the riders then will make their way out onto this course, which is pretty unique in that it takes on both the cobblestones and the unpaved roads around this particular area. Last year we saw the first edition. This race was kind of split last year, so we used to have it known as the Skaalskjels race, but now there are two races. The first edition of that particular race was 1921.
Ja, ik ben als schepen van sport van de stad Antwerpen heel fier op de Antwerp Port Epic, op de organisatie. De Antwerp Port Epic doet zijn naam alle eer aan. Het is in Antwerpen, de koers staat bij uitstek. Start van de Ronde van Vlaanderen, Skaalskjels 2021 van het WK wielrennen. Het is door de haven, zowel linkeroever als rechteroever, door de Liefkezoektunnel, dat is uniek. En dan Epic, ja, dat klopt helemaal. Het is een epische koers, begonnen met de Skaalskjels, over kasseien, onverharde wegen, door velden. Het is moeilijk, maar het is wel verkozen 3 jaar geleden als beste parcours ter wereld. Dus het is een heel mooie combinatie. En ik ben Ben Simons en de hele organisatie heel dankbaar om zo'n uniek concept, unieke renners en een unieke wedstrijd naar Antwerpen te brengen.
Oké, dankjewel. Ja, meneer Van der Meren, welkom op de Antwerp Port Epic. Ook uw Antwerp Port Epic, want u bent CEO van het havenbedrijf.
Ja, en heel blij vandaag met dit mooie event dat de haven weer prachtig in beeld gaat brengen.
Hoe belangrijk is het om aan de wereld te laten zien hoe mooi onze haven eigenlijk is?
Wel, wij doen het hele jaar om. De wereld naar Antwerpen brengen en de Antwerpen naar de wereld brengen. En we doen dat op verschillende manieren. En vandaag met iets dat oer-Vlaams is, oerdegelijk, met name de koers. En de koers in de haven brengen en buiten de haven prachtig in beeld gebracht, ja. We kijken er enorm naar uit.
A little question in English, because we are also broadcasting to the United States, to South Africa and also to Australia. A little word about our beautiful port of Antwerp, because they're watching all around the world.
Well, this is unique for our port, having a cycling race within the port and around the port, bringing how beautiful the port is to lots of viewers. Well, that's a big day for us, and hopefully, the weather is fine. Everyone is in good mood, so it will be once again a beautiful day for Antwerp in the port.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
The CEO of Antwerp Port then just giving us his thoughts on today's race, and it is a unique race. We're just seeing the last riders coming up to the back of this peloton as we look out across this port based on the River Schelde, and dates back all the way through to the Middle Ages, of course, Antwerp. This port itself is 12,000 hectares, which if you're trying to work that out and you're a fan of football or soccer, it's 20,000 football pitches all put together. It spans a huge area, and over the last few years a lot of work has been done, not just to have this as an industrial port, but also to reduce the environmental impact across this region, as well as they work to try and encourage as much nature and wildlife into this particular port as possible. They've put aside specific areas to try and encourage reptile growth, and also there's a particular area around the port where we have around 160 different species of birds visiting throughout the every year on their way to the different areas that they're migrating to. This is the port house, which is a pretty unique building, as you can see. It has the traditional old architecture at the bottom, and then what is a boat on the top of it. That's where the headquarters of today's race is centered. And as we look across the Schelde River, we will find the start line and the riders lining themselves up to get ready. So in terms of different teams, the squads that we have here, Corendon Circus are here. And we don't have Mathieu van der Poel, but we do have the Belgian champion in Tim Merlier. Mitchelton Scott have got a squad of riders here, so they should make some of the racing today, I'm sure. Israel Cycling Academy are here with a very strong team. Rimpot Charles are also here. Of course, that team is coming to an end. But we've also got Total Direct Energy with Nicky Terpstra, winner, of course, of the Paris-Roubaix. And Vital Concept are here, and we'll run through the rest of the squads. We're going to hear from Tim Merlier, I think. Here he is.
Is ideaal voor jou, en ik denk dat ze bij de organisatie heel blij zouden zijn met een Belgisch kampioen op de erelijst.
Ja, ik ben er hier al een paar keer kort bij geweest, 2 keer derde, dus ja, de koers ligt me zeker. Ik hoop dat het dit jaar lukt.
Het is wel een koers die heel moeilijk te controleren valt voor een ploeg. Hè. Je moet vanaf kilometerpaal 1 heel alert zijn.
Ja, inderdaad, het is heel nerveus en heel hectisch. En ja, pech hoort er nu ook al eenmaal bij hier. Dus ja, je moet een beetje gespaard blijven ook.
Je hebt daar hier al eens finale gereden, onder andere met Wout van Aert en Taco van der Hoor. Ja, als dat nu het geval is, Tim, gaan ze jou bestoken met aanvallen, want niemand wil met jou naar de meet rijden.
Ja, inderdaad. Dus daar zou ik alert moeten zijn. Ik heb het hier al een keer uit handen gegeven met die finale met Wout en Taco. Dus de bedoeling is dat vandaag niet te doen.
Maar nu heb je die Belgische driekleur en je bent een echte killer geworden.
Ja, dat wel, dat wel. Natuurlijk heb ik al een paar koersen deze week gereden, dus de benen zijn zo fris niet meer. Maar ja, ik zal inderdaad alert moeten zijn en zoveel mogelijk proberen te reageren. Ja.
Succes ermee.
Dank u.
Monsieur Tafi, vous êtes dans le comité d'organisation de Strade Bianche. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la course d'aujourd'hui?
Bonjour à tous. Je pense que ici, en Belgique, il y a quelque chose de spécial aujourd'hui pour cette course. C'est une course un petit spéciale et différente des autres. Presque comme Strade Bianche, mais un petit plus différent. Mais il y a déjà une bonne chose à de start.
Est-ce que vous pensez que sur le calendrier UCI, il fait encore plus de courses comme ça?
Mais je pense que les courses qui font du spectacle, les courses que les personnes aiment beaucoup, il y a beaucoup de possibilités pour avoir une bonne vie. Donc aujourd'hui c'est un bon test pour voir combien de personnes ils viennent ici pour voir cette course. Donc quand il y a quelque chose d'innovation, par que non?
C'est aussi un parcours pour Andrea Tafi en fait, hein? Non?
Ouais. Quelques années passées, oui. Mais c'est vrai, c'est un parcours un petit spécial aussi pour moi. J'adore beaucoup ça. Et donc, je suis aussi curieuse pour voir les coureurs qu'il va faire aujourd'hui.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous et bonne journée à tous.
Andrea Tafi then, the winner of Paris-Roubaix in 1999, here to see what this race is all about and reflecting on what he thinks is going to happen today. Of course, having a little joke at the end and saying in past years it would have been a course for him, for certain, but he's looking forward to finding out what happens out on today's route. This is the scenes of the sign-on from this morning as the riders made their way up to be presented. The Roompot Charles team with Jasper Asselman, Lars Boom, Justin Timmermans, Senna Leijzen, Stein Steels, Sjoerd van Ginniken and Jan Willem van Schip. Here's the Israel Cycling Academy. And Israel have got a very good team here. Sport Vlaanderen Baloise signing on with a team of 5 riders, including Preben van Hekken. There's Nicky Terpstra from Total Direct Energy. Good to see him back and racing. Of course, had that crash a few months ago. So it's good to see that he's recovered and he is back here on the start line. Counting down then to the race start. The Antwerp Port Epic underway. Dead on time, 11:11 in the morning. Starting an hour earlier than it did last year. And as the riders then roll out, we can get a good look at the port as the riders form up into the peloton. Today they have got to face in total 31 kilometres of cobbles, 37 kilometres of unpaved roads. Lots of construction going on as the riders make their way onto the first little sections. The race will start after around about 15 minutes as they ride through the port. Down in the area there on the right hand side, a lovely area. Last year we had dinner the night before just in this marina area where they are building loads of apartments. Last year's race won by Guillaume van Kiersbroek. You may remember that solo breakaway on the run into the race finish. He did have a wonderful day last year. Second place was Axel Nomella of the Beat Cycling team. Behind him was Taco van der Hoorn of the Netherlands. Then Wesley Creeder in 4th place. The very good track rider Jan Willem van Schip was in 5th place. And then it was Sjoerd van Ginniken, who is back here again for the Roompot Charles team. If you watched last year's race, you may remember that Wout van Aert finished in 8th place. That was really when we were starting to see him take part in some more road racing as opposed to riding just purely cyclocross. And think where he ended up in the Tour de France this year, and we wish him all the very best in his recovery after that dreadful crash in the Tour de France. Let's take a look then at the map of today, and it is a little bit confusing, so we'll just guide you through it. As you see, they crisscross all the time. A little bit of tunnel, and then the riders make their way onto the cobbled and unpaved sections up there on the top right of the course. In total, as I just mentioned, cobbled sections 31 kilometres, unpaved roads 37 kilometres. Last year it made for a really interesting race. And then the riders then, after they have put in that section up there in the most northerly part, they come down towards Antwerp and back into the race finish.
Yeah, so now you can talk a little bit about the port.
As we look down on the port, and the riders will just work their way through past the marina area into the tunnel now, and this tunnel is around 2 kilometres, so it gives us an opportunity then to talk to the CEO of the port itself. A warm welcome, Jack, to here. We saw an interview with you at the start. today's a really important day, isn't it, for Antwerp and for the port itself?
Again, indeed, we had the liberation party, 75th anniversary of the liberation of Antwerp, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And on top today we have a beautiful race in the port of Antwerp, so big day for Antwerp and the port. Yeah.
And we're broadcasting right across the world, so we're going to see Australia going to see this, the United States of America, but in terms of countries and bringing goods in, that they're important territories to you.
Yeah, we have 1,300 direct connections with ports in the world. We are the second largest port of Europe and still number 12 in the world. So we have goods coming in and out of the port every day, 235 million tons of goods.
235 million
tons
wow.
of goods.
Okay.
So we are really connected with the world on a daily basis, and having now the opportunity to show the port to a different audience, of course, not the port companies, but well, the viewers in the world to see how incredible and how huge the port is.
Well, for me, I live in a port city, so I live in Southampton.
Okay.
So I
Nice
get
port.
it's nicely connected.
Absolutely. And with the Brexit, it's hopefully we will manage to continue to organize the flow of trade and goods between the continent and the United Kingdom. So we are prepared, whatever happens with Brexit, to continue to bring in goods to the citizens of the United Kingdom and to export the goods from there to Europe. Yeah.
Well, that's good, because that's a subject we could talk about for a
for
long
hours.
time, but we spend far too much time talking about it right now.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking forward to seeing today's race. So I believe 60,000 people work in the port.
Yeah, directly 60,000 and another 85,000 in the region. So it's the biggest economic growth engine of the country, 5% of the national GDP, 21 billion euros.
Wow.
That's a lot. So yeah, it's an important region. It's an important asset for the country, and it gives welfare to this region for decades, even centuries.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been that important port.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been that gateway to Europe, and you can go right back to the Middle Ages, can't you, in terms of the history of this particular region?
Yeah, even Napoleon, the dock here behind us was built in 1800 by Napoleon, and it was important for him to have his fleet close to the United Kingdom at that time, the enemy.
Exactly.
Now our friends.
Exactly, at that time. So as we look out across the port, it's not just an industrial base, is it? There's lots of work being done here in terms of making the port more green, encouraging wildlife and things as well.
Yeah, we try to find a good balance between economy and ecology. You see on the screen a few of our windmills with one of the organizers of today, Vlemo, and wind at the river. And it's important in the energy transition to try to bring renewable energy in the port. We had the fossil fuel and the old industry, but we try to bring in the renewable as much as possible, and renewable and wind is one of the most important things we've done the last few years.
And then finally, just the last couple of questions as we look at the riders. Why did you encourage a race to be here in the port?
Well, it's racing is many decades. It's something we love in Belgium, and particularly in Flanders. We have the majors like the Tour of Flanders and many other races. But in Antwerp, we have now this typical race, the combination of streets, cities, but also we will see this in a few hours in the fields, and And we have many Flemish races, and the public loves racing in Flanders. Whenever you have a bicycle race in Flanders, you have thousands of people coming and look. And we have, and I do it myself every Sunday. Not today, but every Sunday I go for a biking tour with some friends, and that's how we start our Sunday morning.
Well, that's perfect. That's how Sunday morning should start. Yeah, and judging by the hospitality behind us, it's got massive interest. So today is going to be a wonderful day. We've got cobbles, we've got unpaved roads, we've got the port as well.
Yeah.
What particularly are you looking forward to?
Well, to see, of course, the unpaved roads, which is a bit atypical, like the Strade Bianchi in Britain. So we have a few races, and what I hear from the ones who are racing now, they love that combination, which is quite unique, and maybe the future for having, well, that kind of atypical races. And I'm looking forward to see how and when the battle will really start.
I think it's going to be a good battle. We've got some wonderful riders. You're right, Strade Bianchi is a fantastic race in Italy. You've got this one in Antwerp, you've got Trobro Leon in France, and you've got Cycle Classic in Britain.
Yep.
You've almost got like this unpaved road series, so I think we're doing something a bit special.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come and see us. I know
Have a
you're
nice
really
day.
busy today, but Jack, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the CEO of the port, to Jack, for joining us and just giving us a little bit of insight from his perspective as to what this race is all about and what it means to the particular region as the riders continue with their rolling out of the race start. Lots of concentration in the peloton. Everyone's getting ready for the first skirmishes, the first moves of the day. Nicky Terpstra up towards the front, right on the car. I wonder whether we're going to see him go on the attack early. And as we make our way towards the race start, which is not too far away now, the flag is out of the car. Towards the back then, number 94 is Peter Havoc. They're in the Beat Cycling Club colours, which traditionally has been a track squad, but is starting to develop a little bit more, and it's got its road team as well. Egan van Kessel is the team director of that squad. As Jack mentioned, the turbines there in the background. And the turbines very important to this race because they are linked pretty much as one of the major partners of this Antwerp Port Epic. Now the first section that the riders will go through, which will be a cobblestone section, is already passed pretty much. Then the next section of 160 metres will come up just after the actual first kilometres, after around 3 kilometres. There's a few rail crossings here or there, some little narrow roads. It's one of those days you really need to have your wits about you as far as just keeping your eye on all the action. And last year we had many breakaways. We had an active race for the entire day. So an incredible number of items are moved around this particular region. Antwerp itself has got 174 different nationalities in the particular city. Around 15,000 seagoing vessels visit here each month, and we have 11.5 million containers moved around this port, and that's in a year. Not far then from the race being flagged and the race getting underway. Looks like Team Sunweb's development team want to get involved in the attack, and also looks like Total Direct Energy want to get up there as well. The squad today led by Dominique Arnaud with Nicky Terpstra, Roman Cardis, Fabien Grelier, Audrien Petit, Alexander Pichot, Anthony Turgis and Damien Goudin. Damien Goudin, an attacking rider, good for this sort of terrain. The riders will have had to think a little bit about what tyres they've fitted today. Slightly wider tyres, no doubt, on the majority of these bikes to be safe on the unpaved roads. And over on the right-hand side, the team in the neon yellow, Valny Bruxelles, have got Luc Vertkin of Luxembourg, Julien Mortier of Belgium, Axel Numela of Estonia. Axel Numela last year rode for the Beat Cycling Club, but now he's with Valny Bruxelles and is trying to win this race. He finished second last year. Also in the team, Ludovic Robit, Franklin Cease and Lucas Spengler alongside Lionel Timonio. That's the team of Valny Bruxelles. Almost at the end of the rollout around Antwerp's port before we get into the cobbled section and the first section of unpaved roads. In terms of actually knowing how you work this route out, this parcours today, you really do need to know all the little roads. Well, the helicopter giving us a great idea of the scale of this particular area. And we're going to run back in through it on the way back down to the finish. Antwerp, of course, very well known for its diamond houses. Thousands of diamond traders were in this particular region. The population of Antwerp itself, 523,000. And as Jack said when he came in, the port is one of the biggest in the world, second in Europe only to Rotterdam, and in the top 20 globally in terms of ports themselves. Peloton all huddled together. It's a little bit windy today. It'll be interesting to see how that has a bit of a play on the actual course as well. A little peloton of 118 riders taken to the race start. But we may well see some of the teams try and put the race in the gutter if they get the opportunity. There's so much to contend with on this particular road. So we see one of the Ineos containers as we go past. Surprising that Ineos aren't particularly in this race, but there's a reminder of a link to cycling. Vital Concept this time have got Chris Berkmans, Bert de Backer, Corentin Hermano, the French rider. Used to ride, of course, for Team Wiggins before he moved to Vital Concept. Adrien Garel, Justin Mortier, Patrick Muller, Jeremy Lecroix. That's the team of Vital Concept today. We are getting close to the race start. Mitchelton Scott with a number of riders up near the front. Right-hand side, Christian Jensen. Mitchelton Scott with Albacini, Caden Groves, Michael Hepburn, Barnabas Peake, Christian Jensen, Callum Scottson. They're one rider down. A lot of riders rode in Brussels Classic yesterday, which was won by Caleb Ewan. It was a great photograph of the race finish of yesterday with all the riders across the finish line in a photo finish, all the sprinters neck and neck trying to win the race. The amount of sea traffic around this particular port is incredible. If you think how many vessels are coming in and out of here all of the time. All has to be managed by the Port Authority. We saw the port office earlier on with the boat on the top. But you have to manage all the movements of all these particular vessels going in and out of the port all of the time. The race is going to start at the Schelderdijk. We're not far away from there now. The flag will be dropped. In fact, we are very close to there now. The commissaires just checking. Can they get this race underway? A few problems for riders at the back of the group. One of the Beat Cycling Club riders with his hand in the air, hoping to get the team car to come up. Not a great moment for that to happen as we get towards the race start. And if I'm right in thinking, pretty sure that the race director standing out of the car is Nico Matan. Nico Matan, winner of Ghent-Wevelgem in his career, of course. And he's looking to try and get this race started now. Just looking back to see if there's any riders in the convoy, because in terms of neutralisation, the commissaires will not get the race started until everyone is together. Knowing that one of the Beat Cycling Club riders has stopped or gone back to the team car, then pretty much certain that things are going to be held for just a moment. Just checking that everyone is together. The riders at the front just trying to hold things back a little bit. The tempo very, very steady. And it is Nico standing out of the roof at this moment. Mitchelton Scott's Michael Hepburn there in the middle of the picture. Everyone just being told just keep calm for a moment. I think once this race goes, we're going to see some pretty flat-out bike racing. Lovely weather conditions, blue skies, nice temperature. So it is one of those days that is absolutely perfect. If you'd like to join me today, join me on Twitter or Instagram. At Ant Mc Crossan is where you can get hold of me. If you'd like to send any thoughts or questions. And we are just getting ready then. This race is about to get underway. Right to the back of the group then was Glenn de Bruin of the Siebel team. And suddenly the cars now move away and we're getting this race underway now. So the flag dropped at 11:35 in the morning. And immediately we're going to have some pretty fast action. Evo Racing at the front, that's the team in green. And little narrow roads, you may remember from last year, right at the start. As we start to see the first little skirmishes. Wanty Group are involved in this. Wanty this time have got Frederick Backert, Ludwig de Winter, Cedric Boulens, Tim Dupont, Tom de Vriend, Amy de Gent and Kevin van Melsen in the team this time. An all-Belgian team for Wanty Jobert with, of course, their team director Hilaire van der Schuren looking after them. Radio tour today brought to us by Mark Boland, so he's giving me a little bit of information about what's happening out there on the route. Been very well known as a radio tour person. In the Tour de France you've got Seb Piquet, and on Belgian races traditionally you have Mark Boland, who talks away about what is happening out there on the route, gives us the updates as far as he can possibly give us them. And Wanty Group up there at the front, team Sunweb also involved in the action. They're in the red and white. It's their development team, not their World Tour team, who are here. Right hand side is Tartaletto, who are the Tartaletto Icerix team, a Belgian squad. They compete in cyclocross as well as road. David Boucher at the front. Yuba Sifa in the team, so's Thomas Joseph, Jonas Goeman, Georgie van Dingenen, Mikael Stockman and Julian van der Brande. Onto our first little cobbled section at 183 kilometres to go. Looks like David Boucher just trying to stretch this race a little bit. This zone is only 160 kilometres of cobbles. Corendon Circus's riders will be quite at home in this sort of terrain with their cyclocross riders, Marcel Mies and David van der Poel, Tim Merlier, all very happy under this sort of terrain that they're going to face today. Lots of swings left and right. If you're in the peloton towards the back, you're going to have all sorts of difficulties if you don't move up a little bit. First skirmishes of the day. Riders trying to go clear. Another big attack at the front as one rider manages to open up just a few seconds on the rest of the field. Couple of counter attacks and riders trying to jump away now. Peloton all in one long line. Looks like we've got maybe 2 or 3 riders going clear. Another fast right-hander coming up. And one rider just clear. Looks like someone from Vital Concept. A couple of other riders in the gap. Then the peloton all together. Looks like everyone's got themselves safely through that right-hand turn. We just went across the Victoria Strat. Now we're making our way over the railroad crossing. Three riders now just at the head of the race. Israel Cycling Academy are in the group. Wanty Group also represented. These riders just trying to get away now. They've got to keep the pace very, very high to break the will of the rest of the riders, but it looks like they're starting to get somewhere with this attack. Let's see whether they can manage to break the peloton. Another three riders coming across. Last year we had a good breakaway for a lot of the race. And now it looks like four riders. Now the three riders jumping across. Big move on the front then from Vital Concept. As these riders try now to just establish this group. They're doing their utmost to just keep the pace as high as possible as Boucher goes through to the front for Tartaletto, gets into that aero tuck. Many years he was known as one of the riders who would go out in the early season classics and just roll away from everyone else. Really powerful bike rider. Really loves this style of racing though, when we've got the cobbles and the unpaved roads. Absolutely right for him. Big reaction now. It's like 7 riders. One more rider trying to get across now. Looks like Jan Willem van Schip has also got across here for the Roompot team. And this group is just now and then checking. They want to make sure they are getting away. This could be the breakaway of the day. The peloton, are they happy with this group? I'm not entirely certain. It looks like they are hunting them down a little bit now. They've decided to stretch it out. There's too many teams really represented. Ten seconds then, the advantage. Looking at the group then, Jan Willem van Schip on the front. Tucked in behind him is Caden Groves of the Mitchelton Scott team. Then behind him we have got the rider from Team Sunweb, and that is Martin Salmon, the German rider who is in the wheels. So we're getting a chance to see some development riders and some experienced riders as well. 7 riders then with their advantage, and rolling through now to do his little bit of pacemaking. Cedric Boulens rides for the Wanty Group team. Sounds like we've got a couple of riders just trying to come across now. But so far in the group is a number of good teams represented. David Boucher of Tartaletto in the yellow. Jan-Willem van Schip of the Roompot team in orange. Caden Groves of Mitchelton Scott. Daniel Turech of Israel Cycling Academy. Then the Vital Concept rider is Chris Berkmans. Then it's Wanty Group Cedric Bulens. And then Team Sunweb Development Team Martin Salmon. That's the 7 riders who are in the group. Jan-Willem van Schip with that really weird setup as far as his brake levers are concerned. We had a lot of discussions about this in Deutschland Tour a week ago, where Fabian Wegmann is the race director, and he was trying to work out why so many of the young riders in the peloton have their brake hoods turned in. And if you look at it, they pretty much all have. Not as much as Jan-Willem van Schip, which, to be honest, I think it looks absolutely horrendous on a bike in terms of those brake lever positions. It might be aerodynamic, but you can't be able to brake properly like that. But all the other riders are doing the same. They are tilting in the brake levers. David van der Poel has just arrived at the back. Brother of Mathieu van der Poel. And the peloton looks still pretty active. It doesn't look like it has totally calmed down. 11 seconds is the lead. 8 riders in the front. David Boucher of Tartaletto. Jan-Willem van Schip of Roompot. Caden Groves of Mitchelton Scott. Daniel Turech of Israel Cycling Academy. Chris Berkman's Vital Concept. Cedric Bullens of Wanty Group. Martin Salmon of Sunweb Development Team. And David van der Poel of Corendon Circus. 13 seconds. It looks like Total Direct Energy aren't happy with the move that's gone. They are still chasing, and they're chasing pretty hard. Here's our leading group, and in here is David Boucher. He's the rider in the yellow, sitting and about to come through to the front. 39 years of age now. Won a stage of the Tour de la Somme. He was second in the Tour de Loire Cher Provost, 8th overall in 3 Dags of de Pannen, 3 days of de Panne, and also was a pro all the way through from 2003 when he joined Marlux, then into the Octos San Quentin team, and then he became a pro in 2005 with the MrBookmaker.com team. He rode for Unibet, for Lambo Credit, for Omega Pharma Lotto. Then he had a number of years that you may remember when he was really strong in the classics, riding for FDJ. There he is in the yellow. Then he moved to Craylan, then Powell's, then he's been with Tartaletto. And he's going to retire at the end of this season. So he doesn't have many races left, but he's had a wonderful career. Rode 1 Vuelta a España and rode 1 Milano San Remo. 9 times the Paris-Roubaix though, of course, which was his big race. ...16 seconds. Not a big attack at the front of the peloton as riders tried to go clear. I look down on our 8 riders. Jan Willem van Schip breaking every rule there is going, as far as his number and everything is concerned. He's got the aero bike, the skin suit on, the number right in the middle of his back as opposed to 2 numbers, which you're supposed to have. Everything looks completely aero. Winner of Ronde van Drenthe in 2017. He's also won a stage of the Barwell's Belgium Tour. But he's well known as a track rider. There's David van der Poel wearing number 5. Jan Willem van Schip, 5th in this race last season as well. Won a stage of the Ampos Ras, which was an Irish race. Didn't happen this season for the first time in a long time. It's a wonderful race. He's also won a stage of the Tour of Normandy, 25 years of age, from the Netherlands. This group really working well. Jan Willem van Schip, of course, is world champion of the points race. He won it in Pruszków in Poland earlier on in the season. He's bringing all these little track details to his racing. Trying to save as many watts as possible to be as aerodynamic as he possibly can. Well, the gap's starting to go out now. David van der Poel on the back, wearing number 5. Coming up to the next little turn. Not long until we hit the first of our unpaved sections. David van der Poel just sprinting out of that corner. Next cobblestone section is coming up at 168 kilometres. Heading now towards St Gilles and then into Beveren. Then we hit our cobblestone section, this time around a 600 metres section of cobbles. Now this gap's starting to get a little bit more significant. 24 seconds. And now Total Direct Energy are really working hard. They do not want this gap to go out like this, so they've decided they're going to try and bring it back. Very, very bumpy around here. That's what this race is all about. There'll be cobbles and gravel and holes and everything that you need to just deal with all day. For the entire Total team, or 3 of them, all on the front working hard here. They need to bring this back. I think they've been told, bring it back together. Vital Concept telling the motorbike to go up the road. Not very happy, so are the Corendon Circus riders. But I don't think they'd be complaining if it was them who was sitting on the front. Fast right-hander there for the Total team. So much happening as far as transfers are concerned for 2020. So many of these teams will look very different by the time we get to the start of the season, and some teams will not even exist. So Roompot will not exist anymore, but teams like Israel Cycling Academy will look very different to how they do now. This group must be wondering, what do we need to do here, because we are being chased down. Seemingly the Peloton want to keep this as together as they possibly can. You can see there, they're almost on the back of this group of 8. The gap is dropping now down to 17 seconds on Radio Tour. Maybe the combination of riders just isn't what they wanted. There's too many teams like Israel in here, and also Caden Groves, for example, from Mitchelton Scott. Caden Groves, stagiaire with Mitchelton Scott from the 1st of August, has now signed a contract with Mitchelton Scott for 2020 and 2021. Only 20 years of age. Rides currently for the SEG Racing Academy, which is a great feeder team for getting into these World Tour teams. Just rode the Tour de l'Avenir, finished second on a stage into Privas with a great performance. Finished 10th yesterday in the Brussels Cycling Classic, and finished 2nd and 3rd on stages of the Baby Giro. So he's had a very, very good season. 2nd in Eschborn Frankfurt. Has had one of those years that looks absolutely superb on paper. Stage winner of the Tour of Qinghai Lake. Stage winner in the Tour of Quanchu Bay. Rode for Mitchelton Bike Exchange in 2018, which is why he's got all these Chinese races, because Mitchelton Bike Exchange has got a close link with the Chinese. Terpstra sitting second wheel. 15 seconds. Nicky Terpstra keen then to get some racing. Rode a few races in the last few weeks to get his form back, as we look at Jan Willem van Schip. There is Caden Groves that we were talking about. Nicky Terpstra came back after the Tour de France on the 21st of August, rode Tour de Limousin. Didn't finish the Tour, did 10 stages. Tour de Limousin he rode and finished that with a 9th place on a stage, and now he's getting ready for the last bit of the season. He just rode the Pito Charente Nouvelle Aquitaine race. Also he rode Grand Prix Plouay, and he rode the Brussels Cycling Classic yesterday. Now 35 years of age, hasn't had quite the season he expected, but it looks like the Peloton want to bring this back before the cobbles. Just wondering who Total are going to ride for today. Damien Gaudin, Turgis, Pichot, Petit, Fabien Grelier maybe. on the front at the moment, as always. Adrien Petit, Nicky Terpstra giving a few instructions. Pace seems to be pretty hefty at this moment in time. Number 84 in the middle of the picture from the Wanty group, Timothy Dupont. .168 kilometres of racing now remain. Really close now to the cobbles. The peloton, having chased, have decided, I think, to sit up and let this group go. Have to be very careful if you're in the peloton across here, because as you can see, left and right of the road just disappears pretty much. You can be on the grass in no time. So you need to keep really strong concentration through here. Great racing around these roads though, knowing that they're closed and you can just use the entire road when they're narrow like this, going alongside a lake. Just nice to ride on. Lovely tree-lined roads. Jan Willem van Schip working hard on the back, getting himself ready, I guess, for that phase where he runs in towards the Track World Cups and the World Championships. I don't know if the peloton really have decided what they're trying to do here, whether they are going to chase or they're not. The pace has gone out the front a little. Over on the left-hand side, you may well recognise Lars Boom. Great cyclocross rider. So he's clearly thinking about winning today. Boom moves up to the right shoulder, right hip of Michael Hepburn. Michael Hepburn, another really good track rider. Move it up on the left, Chris Juhl Jensen. Hepburn up towards the front, 28 years of age now, comes from Brisbane. Stage winner in the Tour of Qatar. Was the Oceania champion in the time trial and 2 stage wins in the Tour de l'Avenir as well. He's ridden 6 Grand Tours, 4 Giros and 2 Tour de France's. And his career has gone all the way back when he turned full pro with Orica Green Edge in 2012. Before that, he rode for the continental team of Team Jayco Skins. So he's ridden for all the different varieties of Orica Green Edge and Mitchelton Scott since its inception all the way back in 2012. He's had a great career so far. This season, he won the team time trial in the Czech Cycling Tour with Mitchelton Scott. Rode the Tour de France, finished the Tour de France as well, and also rode the Hammer Series in Limburg in the last few months. He started his season at the Australian Road Race Championships and the Tour Down Under, then came back to Europe after that and rode Kerner, Brussels, Kerner and other races. Total Direct Energy still setting the tempo on the front of the group. Total may just want to have a hard workout. I don't understand why they brought the group back to within touching distance and now they are putting in the work rate yet again. Maybe it's a training thing or they do have a plan. Well, they'll definitely have the plan to do something, but it's a weird way of controlling this peloton, the peloton controlling the breakaway. Because whilst they seem to be kicking on quite heavily, still 35 seconds is the advantage, which shows just how hard the front group is now working. Peloton now at 42 seconds, we hear from Radio Tour. It's a problem on the left-hand side for one rider. And it is one of the Seabell riders who hit the deck. And that was Tour de Praise. Don't know what happened to him there. Just toppled onto the grass. A little bit of a gap until we get towards our next cobbles and other sections. Today we've got cobbled sections over a kilometre. We have one coming up at 133 kilometres to go, which is 1,000 metres. The unpaved road will come up the first passage at 131. And that particular section is nearly 2 kilometres of unpaved road, 1,810 metres. That will come up after 55 kilometres of racing. Shouldn't be long until we get there, around about 30 minutes, till we reach that particular section. As we skirt round now the other side of the port itself with Total Direct Energy on the front of the group. It's quite amazing how many companies are linked to this port when you look at it. Total, Ineos, who are not in the peloton but are very significant in terms of their sponsorship deal. Back of the car, Guillaume Bovan, the Canadian rider for Israel Cycling Academy. Eric Van Lanker in the team car. Van Lanker, really strong bike rider. I can remember watching him growing up when he, I think, won the Tour of Britain from memory, as we look across all the cars that are being delivered into this region. Guillaume Bovan back at the team car, 30 years of age. Been a pro with various different teams. Started with a continental team called Spider Tech, you may remember, Canadian team. Rode for Cannondale, 2013, then went to an American squad, Optum, powered by Kelly Benefit, and then turned back to the Israel Cycling Academy 2016. He's won a stage of the Tour of Tayu Lake, and he's won the Femena Ardennes Classic in 2018, but also known as twice the National Road Race Champion of Canada. Just rode the Tour of Utah, finished the Giro d'Italia at the beginning of the season. Now honing his form for the rest of the year. If you'd like to join me today on Twitter, at Ant Mc Crossan, give me your thoughts, your predictions. As we look at the containers here, an hour ago, Wout van Aert tweeted that he's back on the bike. He was 8th in this race last year. Great to see him back riding. He rode 7.49 kilometres in 16 minutes, not flat out in by any means, but great to hear that Wout van Aert is back on his bike. .30 kilometres now reached by the Peloton, and that means that feeding is now allowed. .158 kilometres to go. Next on the horizon for the riders will be the cobblestones, which will come up in around 20 kilometres time. Caden Groves comfortably in this group at the moment. 10th place yesterday in Brussels. A few riders taken to some cyclocross as we made our way around that little section, deciding that they shouldn't go up to the right, they should take the left. Antwerp is well known for hosting the Olympic Games in 1920, and believe it or not, the road cycling was held on these city streets. It also hosted stage 3 of the 2015 Tour de France as well. And this year we started the Tour de France in Brussels, not too far from here. And the rider on the front just taking that little bit wider than everyone would have expected. Martin Salmon of Team Sunweb just swings over to the left-hand side to get everyone to start working. Caden Groves going through, doing his bit of pace making, keeping the pace nice and high and just pushing on a little bit. Wearing number 12, 43 seconds. Got a nice style, flicks the elbow, lets the next rider come through. Daniel Turec of the Israel Cycling Academy. Daniel Turec of the Czech Republic, riding for Israel, 26 years of age. Just has a little bit of a freewheel. Already ridden an amazing number of kilometres this year. He's the rider on the back in the blue. 10,641 kilometres this season in 71 days of racing. That's a lot of racing. Started his season in Colombia, rode Tour of Rwanda, rode the Tour of Taiwan, rode Flèche Wallonne, Tour of Norway, Tour of Korea. Also rode the Tour of Austria and the European Championships, as well as Charles Scales the other day in Merksem, which is the race that's basically been split off from, or the race that this race is split off from. And the containers all loaded up, ready to go. And Total on the front going half road. So the wind coming from the left-hand shoulder, right hand as you look at it, and everyone going half road to try and see where the echelons might form. They haven't accelerated hard, but they're just softening things up to see what everyone thinks, whether there is a possibility of a move. Just a reminder then of the breakaway group: David Boucher of Tartaletto, Jan Willem van Schip, he's the rider in orange from Roompot. Then it's Caden Groves in the yellow and black of Mitchelton Scott, Daniel Turec of Israel Cycling Academy in the blue and white. Then it's Chris Berkmans of Vital Concept, kind of a green and black coloured kit. Cedric Bullens of 1T with the white, yellow helmets, neon yellow around the shorts and top. Then Martin Salmon in the red and white of Sunweb, David van der Poel of Corendon Circus in the red and white. (12:18) in the afternoon. And the group of riders still haven't got over a minute. Total doing much too much to just hold this one at bay. Thanks for joining us. This is the Antwerp Port Epic. If you'd like to message in, at Ant Mc Crossan is where you can join me all day on Twitter or on Instagram. Moving up in green, the Evo team with Eugenio Alafacci, Aaron Gate, Cyrus Monk, Luke Mugway, Harrison Sweeney, Peter Koenig and Darek Omani. Interesting squad. Alafacci is a good rider, so is Aaron Gate, a very good track rider. We'll wait and see what Evo Pro Racing do in this race today. They've got Morgan Fox as their team director, but they've got some options with Alafacci and Aaron Gate in particular. Still, Total Direct Energy continue with the pacemaking. It's incredible to think that 60,000 people just work in this one port. Very huge area. Absolutely vital to the economy of this particular city. The riders making their way around the other side of the port now. As we make our way around here, we'll skirt our way back round the port yet again. Big distribution centre right in the middle. The likes of Decathlon and Quicksilver and other companies use it. We've gone past the Napoleon First lock, which Jack referred to earlier on. Most of these ships carry around 21,000 containers. Once we loop back round here, we start to go northwards towards the middle of the race, and that's where we get all these off-road sections and everything else. One of the big areas of the port up towards the top is BASF. We've got a huge centre here. Going clear now, Cyrus Monk of Australia. Into that aero tuck, just trying to get clear. Fancies the chances of riding across. Still Total chasing as they have done all day. Cyrus Monk, 22 years of age. Just decided to ride across if he can. Rode as a stagiaire for EF Education First in 2018. He's had an interesting career as far as teams are concerned. Rode for Cannondale Drapac as a trainee in 2017, so they obviously had a look at him then. Then he rode for Drapac EF Cycling 2018, which was the Continental team. Then EF Education First had another look at him in 2018 as a trainee, and then he went to Evo Pro Racing. Just ridden in July, Tour of Kingai Lake. Comes from a place called Warragul in Australia. He's had a long season, some big days. 8,834 kilometres in 63 days of racing so far. Working our way back round over the bridge. Going past one of our turbines. And there's around 50 wind turbines in the port that can produce electricity for around 100,000 families. Each of those turbines is around 200 meters high. Still 39 seconds. Things really haven't changed too much. Breakaway went at around 170 kilometers, 177k from the finish. That's when it really starts to get established. David Boucher going through to do his work. We'll get an indication soon of the average speed. Evo Pro Racing's rider trying to come across now. This Evo Pro Racing team, an interesting team. They ride Ghiaciotti bikes, and this season they've had a few victories, 8 in total. They've been shared between Luke Mudgeway, Aaron Gate, Walter Whippet and Harry Sweeney. The latest one was the Tour of Hungary, stage number 5, so not too long ago. Tour of Hungary back in June. It's quite interesting looking at the aerodynamics of some of these riders and what they are wearing and trying to keep things as aero and save as many watts of power as possible. You see Jan Willem van Schip has got everything he can do to be as aero as he can. He's a big guy, but he's got the skin suit on, he's got the brake hoods turned in, he's got everything he can do to get as aero as he can, including the aero socks and everything like that. Some riders in this group, you're thinking, how do you make them a little bit more aero? And if they wore certain things, they'd be just even more efficient. The riders then separated by cones as they make their way out here to the toll booth. I don't think they'll be paying any tolls, will they? So they'll go to the right-hand side. Special lane for them, for the Antwerp Port Epic, you can see there. That's good to see. Nice little touch. As the Wanty rider sets the tempo, Cedric Boulens. Cedric Bullens, there wearing number 83. A trainee with this Wanty Jobert team, so getting an opportunity to ride with the squad. Second in the Nations Cup Tour of Flanders as we make our way under the tunnel. Sitting on the back of the group, a couple of riders from the squad of Wanty. Ludwig de Winter and I think Timothy Dupont are the two riders sitting right on the back of the group. Well done to the production team. Being able to see the riders as they go underneath this tunnel is no mean feat. A really good job they've done there of getting absolutely perfectly stable pictures underneath the tunnel. And they're about to emerge. We're still Total on the front. I think we're going to say that pretty much all day. This is known as the Tysman's Tunnel. In the group for Team Sunweb today, their development team rider, Martin Salmon, 21 years of age. He's a German rider. Germany producing more and more riders again now. It's good to see the sport coming back in bigger numbers back in Germany. It's a huge market. Well, this gap has not gone out. We expected to maybe see the breakaway and then get established to around 3 minutes or something, but this has not changed at all. 53 seconds. The pace today is pretty high. I make it that they are around 48k an hour. It's going to be a very fast race if they continue at this pace. We've already done coming up to 1 hour. And the riders are already at 139 kilometers to go as we go through the Tysman's Tunnel, 820 meters in length. Wanty group over on the right hand side in the neon yellow and blue. Team Sunweb's development team with all their squad up there as well. But the first hour goes past and we're at 138 kilometers to go. I'm wondering if I've worked out the average speed correctly, but if I am right in thinking, the average speed is somewhere up towards 49 kilometers an hour in the first hour. We'll wait and see whether Radio Tour agrees with me. That just shows how hard this race has been so far. The rider's then going to make a little bit of a turn and loop around. Will Total ride like this all day today? That's the question. And Total now going to the half road, and I wonder whether they're thinking there could be some echelon opportunities here. They're certainly riding at the front all day. Beat Cycling Club moving up. That's the team in the kind of turquoise colours as well. But Total seem to want to try and press on a little bit more and see if they can maybe even split the race. They're just looking for that opportunity in the crosswind. We'll keep an eye on the flags and see whether that shows us anything at all. But the entire team have not really left the front all day today. Nicky Terpstra, Roman Cardis, Fabien Grelier, Adrien Petit, Alexander Pichot, Anthony Turgis, Damien Gaudin. That's the squad today, but they haven't really done anything other than sit on the front as a team time trial and just roll along, and the pace is relentless. Well, thank you very much to all of you for joining us today. If you'd like to join me on Twitter, please do. At Ant Mc Crossan is where you can join me if you want to ask me any questions or any thoughts.
Zou ideaal zijn, hè? Exact. Echt de banaan.
Martin Salmon of Team Sunweb in the group. Rode the Brussels Cycling Classic yesterday. 10th in the National Under-23 Championship of Germany. And started his season with a little Belgian race on the 22nd of March called the Youngster Coast Challenge. Has ridden the Circuit of the Ardennes. Also ridden the Tour de l'Ain and other races like the Tour de Savoie Mont Blanc. Sunweb development team try and filter in their riders into World Tour. So he was a stagiaire with the World Tour team as well from the 1st of August. So he's been riding back and forward between the development team and Sunweb itself. The development team they've got here: Ben Katterberg, Edo Maas, Niklas Markel, Tim Naberman, Niels Sinchek, Ludwig Wacker and Martin Salmon himself. Now we see Mitchelton Scott come to the front. They clearly think there's a chance to split this race up. So they are going to the front, going to go half road into this next section. Total trying to be in control as well. There's a real fight now at the front of the race. Not far from the first cobblestones, around a kilometre away, which is why they are fighting their way in. Mitchelton Scott with Albacini, Groves in the breakaway, Hepburn, Yul Jensen, Barnabas Peak, Callum Scottson. Real washing machine effect now at the front of the peloton as riders try to move forward. It's getting a little bit risky. Tim Merlier, the Belgian champion, up there at the front, second wheel. And now Corridon Circus really kick this on. This is going to close the breakaway right down. Beat Cycling Club now take control. Total trying to come forward. Merlier is washed away a little bit. Heading in towards the cobbles. Cobblestone section is going to be 1,080 metres. Here we go. This is why they are fighting. Jan Willem van Schip on the front in the orange. These 8 riders can enjoy a much calmer ride. Once they come off here, they've got about 2 or 3k till they hit the next section of cobbles of 480 metres. Then they start to come thick and fast. David Boucher riding right in the centre of the road. Just rumbling his way over the cobbles. And now Total Direct Energy with on the front is Damien Godin, really kicking on there. Looks good. Terpstra second wheel. Damien Godin on the front, leads in, 33 years of age, winner of Trobro Leon, which is a race very similar to this. So Trobro Leon leading with Godin. Oops, a couple of riders here at the back. Roman Cardis and Fabien Grelier in a bit of difficulty. Meanwhile, at the front, it's their 2 teammates that are doing all the damage. Godin and Terpstra. Terpstra winner of Paris-Roubaix. Godin winner of Trobro Leon, a stage winner in the Paris-Nice, 5th in the Paris-Roubaix as well in 2013. Looks good as he looks around to see what sort of damage he's doing. Terpstra's pretty happy for them to just set a little bit more of a tempo. Terpstra waits for his teammate. He's looking around to see if there is any daylight. There's a few riders going out the back, but nothing major yet. And it really is starting to split a little bit here. Look at the dust being thrown up here. Still Nicky Terpstra and Godin doing the damage on the front. Look at the gravel here. These are really hard roads, farm tracks all over the place. This is the unpaved section now of 1,800 metres. And Godin is really piling on the pressure. And now we're getting this group of riders just trying to hold on. Look at the amount of dust being thrown up here. Wonderful shots. Back onto the cobblestone section. Rider in a little bit of difficulty here at the back. This group is looking okay. They don't look like they are in too much difficulty. Peloton staying relatively together. And that work being done has not broken it up too much. Great shots as they wind their way now through the forest area. And one long line as Godin yet again sets the pace. Up at the front, and we've still got our group, so thank you very much for joining us. This is the front group: David Boucher, Jan Willem van Schip, Caden Groves, Daniel Turech, Chris Berkmans, Cedric Bullens, Martin Salmon, David van der Poel is the front group of riders. There's a few riders now starting to really hurt in here, I'm sure. Constant turns. Oh, and a problem here for Jelle Butzveld of the Metec team. And also another problem here. Oops, that was a fall right in front of the bike. Gabriel Muller, very lucky there. Gabriel Muller just falling. Jan Willem van Schip continues. He really is taking everyone with him, isn't he? And he moves across. Few little splits happening in this group. Out of this next little turn, 126 kilometres to go. Thank you for all your messages today. We've just gone through the area of feeding. Everyone's starting to take some food on. Heading towards Zandvliet, which is the next town just up the road. We hit that in around about a kilometre's time. And our next unpaved section is at 123.47 kilometres. That's an area of 550 metres. Then they go back onto some more cobblestones pretty much immediately. And a little group of riders out the back here, right on the back, Balach Rosa. Meanwhile, this group, the riders who went away right at the start of the race. David van der Poel goes through to the front. Just swung over was Cedric Bullens. Right on the wheel is Daniel Turec. He's going to go through next. David Boucher doing his work. Jan Willem van Schip just sitting in there. Just trying to see where Caden Groves is. There he is. He's sitting in the group okay. Berkmans is still here for Vital Concept. Peloton now calm down a little bit. We're waiting for that next little section to come up. Cedric Bullens in the front group from the Wanty Jobert team. He's actually a stagiaire with that squad, 22 years of age. This season has done about 3,000 kilometres of racing in 21 days. That are UCI level races, so that's the governing body, but he finished second in the under-23 Tour of Flanders. Very good rider, talented rider for the future. That's why Wanty are keeping an eye on him. I think Gordon and Terpstra are just trying to keep things as high as possible and put riders in difficulty as we go on to this next section. Loads of gravel around this particular point. There's 550 metres that the riders now face. This is zone A12. Moving over to the left-hand side, Caden Groves. Such a slight rider, Martin Salmon, sitting on the back. One of the development riders of Sunweb. You have to really pick your line here. Don't take too many risks coming on and off the gravel either. And these riders won't do that. They'll just keep safe, but little narrow, almost bike tracks. In fact, it is a bike path. As Gaudan works his way through the gravel section with Terpstra on his wheel. Moving up, Lars Boom on the left. Was our previous cyclocross world champion. He won't be worrying too much about issues. He'll be enjoying being here. This race pretty much totally flat. Gaudan takes control. Oops, a problem up here. Don't know what happened there. One of the Soigneurs not quite getting that right. Caden Groves having to go round him to the right-hand side. She normally never do. This is Chris Berkmans. And now we're pretty much, we talked about soccer fields earlier. This is pretty much a soccer field. Oops, one rider's gone the wrong way. In fact, a couple of riders almost going the wrong way. They'll need to get themselves back in the group. I don't know how they're going to do that. We'll wait and see if they rejoin. So Daniel Turech and Caden Groves have gone the wrong way. Let's hope that he can get back. Well, looks like the Peloton are catching him, and that's such a shame for Daniel Turech. There he is, of the Czech Republic, riding for Israel. Went totally the wrong way. The marshal wasn't quite so specific about where they were going. 121 kilometers to go. Still staying just in front of the group. The back of the group now. And getting back to the front group is Caden Groves, so he obviously managed to just jump round and get back on. So he's recovered, but we've lost Daniel Turech, so 8 becomes 7 as we make our way around this left-hander on a proper farm track this time. After this, we go on to the next little section. Comes pretty thick and fast after this. Lars Boom, wearing number 32. Just in front of him is Peter Havik of the Beat Cycling Club. Just looking to see what's happened here. In fact, it looks like they're coming across. So Boom is going to make the front group. So is Havik. And that makes us now 9 riders in the lead. It's all about going forward in this race. Riders will go out the back. Terpstra is there. Also with him is Lacroix of the Vital Concept team. And Nicky Terpstra trying to get across. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, riders are suffering like crazy. That was Lewis Chiavelli of the Start Cycling team. And it looks to me like everything is coming back together. And we are going to have the Peloton as all one group. Now on the front, the next gravel section. Let's see whether anyone else now breaks away. As we see the Wanty rider go through, Cedric Bullens. And ship immediately onto the wheel. Martin Salmon is there. This rider having a terrible time at the back. This is how not to ride the gravel. French rider, Lewis Chiavelli. Wondering what he's got himself into riding here, I think. You have to be so confident. Lars Boom then. Use no cyclocross skills to good effect as Boom now starts to attack. Dutch champion, as you can see, in his career. And Lars Boom really stretching this race out now. Look at that. There are riders everywhere. Lars Boom really has accelerated this race now, and it was fast already. You can see a group of maybe 20-odd riders, including the Belgian champion Tim Merlier. And then little gaps appearing between the groups. I'm going to head under the A12 now, which is the main road, and then go back to the next cobblestone section at 116 kilometers to go. So now we literally on one section, back off the next. Boom at the front. Lars Boom, second wheel in the orange. Lars Boom now 33. Oops, problem here at the back, and looks like a problem for Godin. So I think Godin is out the back. Lars Boom, winner of the Eneco Tour, winner twice of the Tour of Britain, winner of the Tour of Belgium, stage winner in the Tour de France, stage winner in the Vuelta a España. He's had a good long career, Lars Boom, turned pro with the Rabobank Continental team in 2005. Stayed all the way with different squads to Lotto NL Jumbo in 2018 and then came to Rumpot in 2019. Coming to the end of his career, but still a good racer with all those victories under his belt. And the race is firmly on. Pace seems to have gone out the front of this race a little bit, apart from Boom and his breakaway companion. Another issue there for one rider, I think. Lionel Tumino going backwards. Boom just hanging back as they go through the corners. Chris Juhl Jensen making a move on the right-hand side. Chris Juhl Jensen looks around, stage winner in the Tour of Denmark. More attacks starting to happen. Another group of riders trying to get across, but our leading duo, Le Croc of Vital Concept and Lars Boom. Boom's ridden 8 Grand Tours in his career. Up at the front then, Jeremy Le Croc, winner of the Grand Prix de la Ville de Lilliers Souvenir Bruno Comini, 3rd in Paris-Bourges, 5th in Skelder Prize, which is in this area, 2nd on a stage of the Tour of Provence, was 3rd in the Under-23 Tour of Flanders. More moves happening at the front of the group again, and Jan Willem van Schipper's in them. Rider at the front just having to right himself. He was in the gutter, trying to avoid the cobblestones. 2 groups of cobblestones in quick succession here. Peloton really in one long line though, look at that. Great to see this racing, the way it goes with the cobbles, with the unpaved roads, with the wind also blowing. There's our 2 leaders, Le Croc on the front, Lars Boom in second wheel. And a little glance back to what is happening with everyone in one long line. It's a painful day, I think, out here. This is not a day where you think, okay, I'll just sit in the wheels for a while and hope for a sprint. This has just been full-on racing. Justin Mortier on the back, riding for Vital Concept. the mechanics will be very, very busy today. Left-hand side of the road there was Amy de Ghent, riding for the Wanty Jobert team. They've won a few races in the last few weeks, particularly with Odd Christian Eiking in the Arctic Race of Norway on the Queen stage. Lars Boom sets the pace. So a stage winner in all in 2 of the Grand Tours, which is always wonderful for a rider. They always get remembered for those great victories. Boom comes out of that corner very, very quickly. McCrock has ridden a lot of races this year, 45 race days. In towards one of the feed zones. It's like David Boucher trying to move up again, stay involved in the action. He was in the early breakaway. No reason why he can't get involved in more of the breaks that happen. Oops, a little bit of a jump over the curb then. And on to this next section, which is a little bit broken, these cobbles. A short section this time, around 480 metres. On a pretty fast schedule so far. Another attack as we see this rider going clear from Tartaletto, Jonas Gorman. Jonas Gorman trying to jump across to these 2 leaders for the Tartaletto team, trying to get them involved. David Boucher was involved earlier, so Gorman now is trying to get there as well, and he can then just put Tartaletto on the front foot rather than chasing. Still a lot of riders involved in this, even despite the way that it's been ridden. There's been no major lulls in the action. There's been now and then just the foot's been taken off the gas, but we've not had any major let-ups. Everything has been full-on racing from the start. It's nice to see that style of racing where everybody's fully committed. On to the next section. Mitchelton Scott setting the pace now on the front. Coming down to the all-magic 100 kilometres to go. Lecroc looks pretty comfortable, riding on the grass in the middle, choosing the smoothest section. Boom, just nice and relaxed as well. Those hands just letting the bars bounce through. Another rider trying to get over now, Gorman. So Gorman not too far behind now. Lecroc and Boom on the attack. A little bit of conversation going on here between the riders at the back. Justin Mortier having a conversation with the Wanty rider. Lars Boom through that next little section. The wind not too strong in this area. Gorman is just in no man's land. And looks like Chris Juhl Jensen trying to come across on the front of the peloton. He's setting the pace. This race last year didn't have so many World Tour teams. This time 118 riders, but with Mitchelton Scott as World Tour, and then teams like Israel, Direct Energy, Vital Concept, Corridon Circus. It's kind of up to the tempo a little bit more. Oops, problem here. And this is Guillaume Say. Looks like he's had a little bit of a heavy crash. Let's just see what happened here. Oh, he went down the ditch on the left-hand side of the road. Wasn't too heavy. He seems okay, just a little bit shaken. Maybe not his terrain. Lecroc on the front, Boom in second place. Lecroc looks really happy on these sort of roads. Boom goes through just to turn the tempo up a little bit more. And Lars Boom really wants to try and see if he can prize some riders forward. Lars Boom just using that familiar way of just letting the bars just drift through the hands. A bit of rain on the lens, which is a bit of a surprise. This is Barnabas Peak going out of the back. I think that water, though, is more to do with a water bottle or something. Just in front of Barnabas Peak is one of the Evo Pro riders. This is Peter Koning of the Netherlands, having to work hard. He's almost getting back onto the group. May have had a little bit of an issue or a problem. It may be raining in this region. Back here at the finish line, bright sunshine. A lovely day. This sort of race is one of those races where you need to just ride from the front. Be involved in the action. Go with the moves. Just try and stay involved in everything that's going on at the front, and be there when the most important move of the day happens. These sort of races are the races where everything goes backwards. It's not about big attacks to the front, it's more about who is disappearing out the back and issues and problems that people are having. Little conversation going on between these two. Lars Boom gives him the thumb up. Lecroc looking for a little bit of food. And one rider in the gap as we see another acceleration. Looks like Hepburn on his way, with Jan Willem van Schip constantly involved. Two very good track riders. Van Schip, sometimes the subject of much discussion about those handlebars. Hepburn starts to turn up the pressure now. Van Schip looking around just to see who's involved in this. He doesn't want anyone to go forward because Lars Boom is already up there. He'll just keep the pace on, but he won't keep it on hard, and he'll disrupt where he can. And this is the rider who has packed in. A little bit of a fall, but I think it's more to do with not being able to get back on to the group. He's going to ride back the other way. Coming up towards 100 kilometres to go. This is the Antwerp Port Epic. We are out in the roads and the cobbles and the unpaved roads outside the port. Similar style of race to Trobro Leon, Strade Bianchi Cycle Classic in Great Britain. Capturing the imagination of the riders who like to do this sort of style of race. Now Valony Bruxelles getting involved. Coming up now to the next section of cobbles. Next section is 495 metres. Then after that we have a little gap of around 8k. And then we hit a section of 2,740 metres of unpaved road. Michael Hepburn goes through to the front. Hepburn now turning the pressure on. Been involved in team time trial wins, of course, in the Giro d'Italia. World champion on the track. He's won many gold medals, 6 in total, and was a silver medalist in the team pursuit at London 2012, as well as a Commonwealth champion too. So a strong rider, Michael Hepburn. Rode the Tour de France this year. Still only 19 seconds the advantage. The gap is not growing significantly. Boom with the Dutch champions colours on the sleeve. You can see just how much the biceps are rattling at this moment in time. Hepburn now has been joined Looks a little bit to me like Krits Nielands is joining up with him. Nielands, the Latvian rider. I'm just checking to see if it is. But Hepburn is looking good. It might be August Jensen, actually. They're working their way across. Hepburn now trying to open up the gap if he possibly can. It's not Krits Nielands. I can't see the Latvian colours on the arm. These two riders combining now, and Hepburn, you can see the strength in him after the Tour de France. Just as they make their way past the camera, Hepburn tucks it on the wheel. And up there is Krits Nielands. Oh, I don't know where his Latvian champions colours have gone from before. But Krits Nielands then, wearing number 23. I was right in the first place. Nielands looks around to see where everyone else is. He's a rider who animated Milano Sanremo a couple of years ago. He looked superb that day. He was the rider who animated everything on the Poggio. And that's where we started to notice him. It'll be interesting to see how the Israel Cycling Academy team do next season with the arrival of Dan Martin to add some firepower to what they're aiming to do. Two riders in the lead then. It's Lars Boom and Le Croc, and two chasers at 20 seconds with Nielands and Michael Hepburn into the next town, and not far from the next section. Total Direct Energy back on the front of the peloton yet again. Our two chasers just trying to get across at 17 seconds. The peloton now at 45. So the race has changed a little bit in terms of where everyone is. Looks like these two riders may well be joined. Just coming up then to the 100 kilometres to go point. And we are heading now towards the next section, which will be in around 4 kilometres time. Unpaved road, 2,740 metres in total. Things have all kind of come together really in this peloton. It's much more compact. David Boucher there on the right hand side in the yellow top. Wanty, Jobert with their squad moving up on the right hand side. Total Direct Energy in the middle. Rimpot with Jan Willem van Schip searching for a little bit of food as he goes into that aero tuck. He must be comfortable the way he rides on that bike. It's just very unusual. Two riders about to become four. Boom, Lecroc, Neelands and Hepburn. Neelands on the back wearing number 23. Chris Neelands has had a very busy season. Nearly 10,000 kilometres of racing, rode the Giro d'Italia. Also rode the Arctic race recently. He was the best young rider in the Arctic race of Norway. Still only 25 years of age, won the Tour of Hungary. And was third, as I said, in the Arctic race overall, winning the youth classification. He's won a stage of the Tour of Azerbaijan. He's been the individual time trial champion of Latvia. Neyland's just spinning through. If you'd like to join me on Twitter, thank you very much to all of you who've joined us for today's coverage. At Ant Mc Crossan is where you can message in. Hepburn, a little bit of a gear problem there by the looks of things. Suddenly was spinning, but now he's okay. Just gets out of the saddle, just stretches the legs a little bit, stretches the back. He's got that lovely flat back style that so many track riders have. Boom, just kicking the pedals over. Really efficient with his pedalling style. Chris Neelands is a little more urgent in his style, as you can see. A little bit more Chris Froome-esque. On to this next section. Looks like we are getting some rain out here. Now the team's trying to position their riders as they go forward. And Wanty trying to bring their riders onto this next section in a good position. Left and right of the road furniture and squeezing their way into this road. Vital Concept getting in a nice position as they came out of it. Van Schip has ridden a tremendous race so far. Just doesn't miss a trick, does he? Got the aero socks on. And everyone will be chewing gravel and dirt for the next few days after this race. The rain really starting to move now. Tartaletto now getting involved at the front again. Israel Cycling Academy just keeping tabs on what's going on. They want Nederlands to continue to go up the road. Thinking about other riders who can win this race. If we go through the different squads, we've already looked at Mitchelton Scott. Have got Albertini and Jensen, Christian Jensen in here, the most Irish-Danish man you'll ever meet. Israel Cycling Academy with Nederlands now up the road. Lars Boom's up the road. Terpstra hasn't made his move yet. Evo Pro have got Walter Whippet and also Aaron Gates, a really good track rider, but whether he's comfortable on this, I don't know. Tartaletto with David Boucher. But there's a number of other riders who can win. Certainly Axel Numela for Wallonie Bruxelles, who was second last year. And so Sjoerd van Ginneken of Roompoot Charles, who was sixth last year, all in with a chance of winning this race. But there's a lot of other riders in here who are very strong. Preben van Hekke, Edward Planket, Tim Merlier, of course, of Coronan Circus. Quite hard to pick out an absolute winner. 4 riders in the lead, 95 kilometres to go. They're making short work of this race. Whoops, problem there for one of the Vital Concept riders. Riders taken to the 2 sides of the farm track. You have to trust the rider in front of you along here. A little bit of water on the lens right now. Adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it? Everyone in a line. Riders probably have chosen 28mm tyres to add a little bit more sponginess to the ride. Some riders will have put on an extra layer of bar tape, but it looks to me like most riders haven't. They're just riding normal bar tape. I don't know if anyone's riding tubeless tyres, but of course Alexander Kristoff did that in Paris-Roubaix and it went horribly wrong for him. A few riders riding disc brakes just to help out a little. This is a long section of unpaved road. And now we're on to proper wet road. So the rain is definitely falling out on the course. Here at the finish line, it's still dry. If you've just joined us, 37 kilometres of unpaved road, 31 kilometres of cobbles today. The section we're just coming off is 2.7k in length, and we're heading towards the next cobblestone section in the rain at 1,080 metres. That little shower was forecast, but then it kind of disappeared for a while as we make our way onto the cobbles. Lars Boom onto the Torrensweg. 1,080 metres. The riders will try and ride on this sort of cobbled section where there's no gutter. They'll ride right on the crest of the cobbles. They'll put it in a big gear, they'll sit back and they'll try and just roll across the top of it. So they almost try and float across the cobbles. You don't want to be hitting them hard, just literally banging the front wheel off them. Israel Cycling Academy on the front again. They've got Krits Nielands up the road, so they'll just ride a steady tempo. They will try and, in effect, without obviously causing a problem, they will cause a problem. Four riders in the front: Boom of Roompot, Lecroc of Vital Concept, Nielands of Israel and Hepburn of Mitchelton Scott. Setting the pace now. Ludwig de Winter rides for the Wanty Jobert team. Ludwig de Winter trying to tow them across now. 26 years of age. 6th in the last edition of Chalcels before the race was split into two. And a problem there for Timothy Dupont. So he was 6th in that race. He's finished 8th in Grand Prix Stade Zottegem. Ridden for various different Belgian teams, from Colour Code in 2013 to Valny Bruxelles through to the Wanty Jobert team. (7,467 kilometres of racing in his legs this year. Pace really has gone out of the front of this race now. 47 seconds. It's going to take Total to do something, I think. The dust coming up. The pictures from this race are fantastic. Hepburn on the front. Started his career as a track rider, but today he's riding a different type of track. A farm track is what he's taken to. And a problem for Tim Merlier. I'm not sure what's going on here, but he's spinning his disc wheel. The disc on his wheel, sorry, not his disc wheel. Obviously having some sort of problem with it that's annoying him. Valny Bruxelles now, that's the team in the neon yellow on the front, just trying to mix this up. There's Tim Merlier. Oh, he's a cyclocross rider, so he'll have no worries at all about getting himself round on that gravel, sliding it sideways. Tim Merlier. He'll rejoin, 26 years of age. He's won Grand Prix Stade Zottingham, National Road Champs in 2019. Bearing in mind who he was up against, Merlier won. Second was Tim Dupont. Then it was Wout van Aert. Then Gilbert, Jasper de Bust, Ed Toynes. That's not a bad victory. Greg van Avermaet was 2 seconds down. Jasper Stuyven was in 23rd. Oliver Naesen was 22nd. Just shows you, to win that race, you have got to be on the form of your life. It's like the World Championships. Merlier nearly back. He's just picking his moment till he's happy that it's safe. He won a stage in the Tour of the Alsace as well this season. In fact, he won 3 stages, and he won the points classification as well, and he won a stage of the Tour of Denmark. So Merlier's had a good season. He's going to ride for Corendon Circus next season too. He's got a contract to the end of 2020. Squeezes through that corner. Tim Merlier nearly on the back. He's in the convoy, so he should get there without too much of a problem. 87 kilometres to go. Off the next section of cobbles, another one comes thick and fast, another feed zone after this, and Merlier rejoins and lets the team know. Just in front of him, Marcel Miesen. And a problem for Oscar Bazan, the Argentinian rider. I think the car went past. I think that's game over. Picks the bike up, wants a bike change, but his neutral service car is up the road. A reminder then, we have 4 riders in the lead. Chris Nielands from Latvia of Israel Cycling Academy. Lecroc of Vital Concept, Boom of the team of Roompot, and Michael Hepburn from Australia riding for the team of Mitchelton Scott. A little bit of bunny hopping going on here. Those who have just joined us, the history of this race goes all the way back to a race called Skjalskjels, which was first held in 1921. Last season, it was split into 2 races. One is based on Markham and the next one is based here. And this one was designed to be a little bit different with the off-road sections on the cobbles. The thought is that it can link in with races like Strade Bianche and Sequel Classic and throw Brolé on and just show there's a different side to this sport than just riding on the road. Tim Dupont towards the back and not really getting involved in the action right now. There's been lots of cycling action, of course, over the weekend, the last few days. The Vuelta a España going on. Seen some horrible pictures of Willy Schmidt's knee that he's riding the Vuelta stage with today. He's had, I think, 14 or 16 stitches in his knee. So wish him all the best getting through that. Other things to mention, as we see here, Chris Nielands with the Latvian coloured bike. Other things to mention was the absolutely stunning ride of Ashton Lambie in the Pan Am Championships, where he broke the world individual pursuit record with a 4:05 for the individual pursuit. A couple of years ago we were saying that Chris Bourman's record wouldn't get broken, then Jack Bowbridge broke it, and now Ashton Lambie has taken what looked like an unbeatable record of Jack Bowbridge, which I think was a 4:07. 4.9 down to a 4.7, down to a 4.5 within a few months. Other records were broken. Trinidad and Tobago set records on the track as well. It was an interesting Pan Am Championships as we head towards Tokyo. Yet again, it's Goman who's involved in the action in the yellow for Tartaletto. Jonas Goman on the front, 26 years of age. Finished 17th in Scarl Cells. It's now called the Johan Museo Classic. And he's just relaxing there on the front as he makes his way across. So the hands rested nicely in the middle of the bars, taking the pressure off the back and just trying to get across to the front group. 82 kilometres now remain. Well, problem here. Riders going the wrong way. And I hope everyone's gone the right way now. The chasers were trying to go across. And they didn't quite get there. So now they are chasing the peloton. It's happened a couple of times now. Well, it's a shame for those two riders. And you can see the head of Goman has gone down as they came out of this turn. Let's just take a look. The marshal was pointing the right way. No, he wasn't. The marshal was trying to stop them going around to the left-hand side because the motorbike had. Let's hope the peloton's gone the right way. I'm pretty sure they have. So 81.6 kilometres to go. And 35 seconds is now the advantage. A reminder then of the 4 riders at the front. Lars Boom in the orange, stage winner in the Tour de France, stage winner Vuelta a España. Michael Hepburn, Olympic silver medalist on the track, wearing number 13. Nielands on the back, wearing number 23. The Latvian time trial champion in his career, and Lecroc of Vital Concept at the front. These riders making their way off this next section. Coming up to the 80 kilometres to go point, so a couple of hours of racing left, and these riders really haven't held back at all day. Soigneurs at the side of the road, giving the bottles out. Wheels positioned carefully so that riders can just pick up wheels if they need them coming off sections. We're now heading on to the Deluva section, which is 3,135 metres, and that is the next section that's going to come up. So 39 seconds as they continue. They don't look too bothered by the wind at all. It looks to have calmed down quite significantly. So around 2 hours of racing continue to be carried out yet, and we still haven't seen Nicky Terpstra make his main move. We've got some long sections coming up of both unpaved road and cobblestones. Some fast sections as well. The cobblestone sections are around 1.5 kilometres, and a couple of short sections too. But bearing in mind all the work that Total Direct Energy were doing, surprising that we haven't seen Nicky Terpstra for a little while. Seeing on the back of the group then, number 65 now for Vital Concept, Justin Mortier. He's been there most of the day, to be honest, and he's been having various conversations. He doesn't look like this is his style of race, and then he'll probably end up winning it once we've said that. But he's been on the back all day. Just in front is Peter Conning, who was out the back earlier from the Eve Pro team. And this section not too nice. Grass everywhere as the riders take to the left-hand side of this particular track. Well, we're taking a look then out across this port of Antwerp. And it's a wonderful port as we take a look down. Let's recap on what has happened so far. The riders rolled out of the race start. 11:35 was the end of the neutralised section as the riders made their way into the tunnel around the port, and the group of riders were all together. 118 riders taken to the race start. And they made their way into the port itself. The race was held for a little while, but eventually Nico Matan got the race going. And the race has been pretty much flat out from the start. Alongside me, Danny, you've worked at the port for a long time, and we are seeing the riders in the first little trials of the race that we had, the first few attacks. This port is one of the most important ports in the world.
Yes, indeed, and we are especially important for Europe. And we are an entry gate for all the surrounding countries, the Netherlands, Germany, France, even Switzerland, Austria, Czechia. And we are the second port in Europe, but specialized in specific cargoes, commodities. We are a coffee center. We have a lot of value-added logistics activities where big department stores let the cargo come in from all over the world. Also fruit. Antwerp is also an important fruit port with fruit from all over the world. And so it's huge. It's 20,000 football pitches. It's 12,000 hectares. In direct employment, we have 60,000 people working there, but a lot also for the industry. And the industry that invested in Antwerp is American industry, German industry, Japanese industry. So you have really quite an international picture in the port, which you also have in the city, because we have in Antwerp, believe me, 174 nationalities living. and they all live together without any problem. So I think we really are an example to the world a bit. We are an income port for cargo, but we have a human side of the city also, and that is important. And then to have this race today in a port, so that the people can see the port from the motorcycles, but also from the helicopter, is fantastic. Because sometimes they don't dare to go into the port. They don't know it too much, and then so they stay out of the port. But now they can really see, and we can show them what it is. That is extremely important for us.
So this is us live. We just saw the recap of what's been going on the race so far today. We've seen various moves. Lars Boom has emerged at the front of this race in the breakaway. He was involved in quite a lot of the action earlier. And at the front now, Boom, Le Croc, Nielands and Hepburn. 76.9 kilometres of racing remain. As we take a look at the peloton, who've calmed down a little bit now, and they are not too flat out, but this race has been pretty much full on from the actual start of the flag being dropped. Problem here for one of the Vital Concept riders, a quick wheel change, and it looks like a wheel being given by Patrick Muller to his teammate, and I don't know if that was the right thing to do, because it's taken a long time to get the wheel change. Maybe a bike change would have been better. But getting back on the bike then, Bert de Backer, the protected rider of the Vital Concept team, as he gets moving now and gets back into the convoy. 4 riders on the attack: Boom, Le Croc, Nielands and Hepburn. 34 seconds. So Danny, earlier on, as we see the next section, we're going on to the gravel. This port itself, how... We had Jack in earlier as the CEO of the port. The economic impact of this port is huge on Flanders, Belgium, but also Europe.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The cargo flows which come in are important for the neighboring countries, as I mentioned. On the gross domestic product, it's about 6% of the Belgian gross domestic product. So many people that work in it. I said 60,000 is direct employment. If you add the indirect, it's 145,000.
Wow.
So it's an incredible amount of people. And also for the economy. We, for instance, we are an important port for shipment to Africa, which helps Africa to economically develop. We also have a subsidiary which is specialized in helping African ports to get organized. We even manage some ports in Africa just to help them, and then we go back. So that's important. And also important, I think, is that we are really trying to be as environment friendly as possible, with a lot of wind turbines. You saw them in the port, with a lot of solar panels on all the warehouses. Antwerp port has 6 million square meters of warehouses, which is more than all the North European ports together. But that is because in the 13th century we started with a very special way of organizing companies, a nation. And a nation was a bunch of people volunteered. They went together and they invested in horses and chariots. They bought them, and then they were allowed to work in the company. That still exists. So people are really working in their own company. They feel as in their own company. And even in the big ones, you can see that. But of course, we have a lot of international investors today. I mentioned the industry, BASF, Covestro, Evonik, Total, Esso, and amongst others. But also in the logistics. Our big container terminals are run today by PSA.
Let's just have a quick look at this, Danny. This is what's happened. I was wondering why we lost Michael Hepburn and we lost Le Croc. Hepburn crashed on the corner, and now we have 2 leaders, Lars Boom and Krits Nieland. So unfortunate for Hepburn, sliding off on that corner in the gravel. Now we have 2 leaders, Boom and Nielands. Go ahead, 36 seconds. Now their advantage. So this race constantly changing, a bit like the port constantly changes.
Yes, indeed. The port has changed tremendously in the last 15 years. We had big investments from the port of Singapore in Antwerp, from Dubai ports, but also from big foreign forwarding companies. Euroports is Antwerp based. They will have their headquarters as from next year in Antwerp. Ineos will invest €5 billion in Antwerp.
Wow.
So that's incredible. And also Borealis is investing 1 billion. So we become to be really a cluster a cluster of industry together with maritime business and value-added logistics. And that is so important also for the countries which and for the people living around us, because they have an entry, they have a possibility to penetrate into Europe via the port of Antwerp. Our colleagues in other ports, sometimes they are bigger. We have a big brother in Rotterdam, but they are specialized in massive cargoes, oil, coal, big minerals and so on, big ships which we cannot have. But we can accommodate the big container ships up to 25,000 TEUs, which is today the maximum. So that is, we are sure that for the future we are ready. And we hope that a kind like a race like this one also will let people know that we exist.
Yeah.
Because maybe we are sometimes too humble. and we think that everybody in the world knows us. And sometimes I dare say to my colleagues and to my friends, we are world famous in Antwerp.
Some people don't know that Antwerp has a port, so you have to keep shouting about it, which is always important. In terms of, you said to me earlier on that the best way to see this place is by helicopter, and of course today we've got wonderful helicopter shots, but that's always been the way that you've shown people how big this is and what it does.
Well, of course, I can do it by car, I can do it by bus, depending on how big the delegation is. If it is one person, if it is an important person, we take the helicopter. Then I can show the port in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But if I really want to show the port in full to a delegation, believe me, I need 9 hours and I drive 250 kilometers.
Really?
Really.
Wow.
And then it makes one day.
Yeah? 9 hours?
9 hours, because from here to the extreme in the northern part of the port, it's 30 kilometers. Only the right bank, but we have the left bank now. Since the 90s we went on the left bank for expansion. So no, it's unbelievable, and it's so diverse. I think you also saw that there is nature in the port. We have a natural reservation in the middle of the port for birds, which accommodate birds that come really from Africa, and they come here in spring. They even are here for 2 or 3 days to get well feeded. Like we all are, and then they go back. They go back to their countries where they want to stay in summer, in Russia and Scandinavia, and after summer they come back. So that's also a function, and it's very strange. They come here because it's quiet in the port. There is not too much human beings in that area.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's very strange.
It's good for them. Michael Albertini launches an attack now for Mitchelton Scott, trying to put them back on the front foot after the crash of Michael Hepburn. So Albertini, winner of the Tour of Britain, winner of many top races. He's taken a group of 5 riders away now, and they're trying to go across to the front. Danny, this is, for me, it's fascinating that we're in the big port with such a huge area, and yet right now we're in lush green countryside, just so close to where the port, that huge centre, is.
Exactly, you have the good combination. You can live in the green.
Yeah.
You can live really in the green, in agricultural areas, and work in the port. And that's what a lot of people do, and they enjoy it, because look at the homes now here. When you live there, it's quiet, it's okay. Sometimes they're a bit afraid of the industry, because when you see a chimney smoking, the regulation today is so tough, and the investment of the industry to keep it okay is so important that, in fact, I cannot say that nothing will happen any time, but it's safe. It's really safe.
Well, it's great to see the port, and it's great to get your insights. So, Danny, thank you very much for joining us.
I hope we can invite the world to come and see us in town with a lot of history, and eventually in combination with the economy and the port. But you will always be welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so
for
much indeed.
Giving us your insight and your guidance on what happens here in Antwerp. This race has come back together. Lars Boom has just been caught. Lars Boom now taking a group away, and it's about 12 riders who are now at the front of the race as we go on to the Oudpabenstraat. This is 480 metres of riding, and this is coming up to 70 kilometres to go. The riders still not holding back at all. This is a full-on bike race from the start. Riders just desperately trying to get across. That little swoosh by Michael Albacini brought the race back together as he brings Lars Boom back. And it looks like Tim Merlier is also up there. And in the group also Caden Groves, who was in that initial breakaway right at the start. Merlier wearing number 1. Less than 2 hours of racing to go. Boom still continues to press on a little bit. Behind him is Nielands, then Albacini. David van der Poel not too far from the front. Thank you for joining us here for the Antwerp Port Epic. If you'd like to join us on Twitter, @Ant Mc Crossan is where you can join me this afternoon. We've had an animated race so far today. Last year the race was won by Guillaume van Keersbroek ahead of Axel Numela, then Taco van der Hoorn, Wesley Creeder, Jan-Willem van Schip, who's been involved in all the action today, and Stuart van Ginneken. Wout van Aert last year was 8th. The atmosphere now starting to build at the finish line. We've got a live band on the stage. This race is really trying to do something. Albacini second wheel now. Albacini having a little look around to see who is involved in these moves. Just computing what's happening. It's the winner of the Tour of Catalonia in 2012. He's won 7 stages of the Tour of Romandy. And he's won the Tour of Austria as well as Tour of Britain and 3 stages of the Tour of Switzerland. He's a versatile rider, Albacini. Now 38 years of age. One of the older riders in the peloton. As we see Sport Vlaanderen Baloise now make the move. Just looking to see whether Mitchelton Scott have got any more riders up here. Lars Boom has not moved away from the front 3 or 4 riders for about an hour now. Constantly up there in the orange. Still many riders involved though. And we haven't really had a significant break of more than a minute for the entire day. Things calm down, everyone looks around at each other, bit of food being taken on. Now this is starting to get a little bit tactical. And an attack off the front from Israel Cycling Academy yet again, who have been constantly trying to break this race up. Sunflowers out as we get towards the end of summertime. Number 21 makes his move, Guillaume Bavan, and Boom goes with him again. Guillaume Bavan makes a move, jumps across. Problem here at the right-hand side of the road. Anthony Turgis stopped. Guillaume Boivin now on the attack as he goes onto the obstacle boulder. This is 2,230 metres. Canadian rider Boivin chucking up the dust behind him, 30 years of age. Second in Vuelta a Castilla-Leon. Third in Trobro Leon in 2012. He loves this style of racing. To the back of the peloton with all the dust being thrown up. Riders just looking for any little bit of track they can stay on now. Shame for Michael Hepburn after being up there in the front group. Guillaume Boivin just open up a little bit of an advantage now. Albacini is up there, and now looks like Mitchelton Scott trying to chase this down. Caden Groves goes forward, Chris Juhl Jensen is there. Mitchelton Scott have got so many riders up in the front. Michael Hepburn a little bit further back. Everyone is covered in dust. The Evo Pro team all packing well. Cyrus Monk is still there on the right-hand side at the back of the peloton, but Boivin now going clear. Trying to draw a couple of riders with him if he can. That's what he's trying to do right now. Last year, Guillaume van Keersbroek broke away, rode into the finish. 122 riders took to the start. It looks like Mitchelton Scott have got one rider coming across. This Canadian rider dominating this this little breakaway now. If you'd like to message me on Twitter this afternoon or Instagram, please do. At Ant Mc Crossan is where you can join me. And a problem here for one of the Beat cycling riders. Oh, this rider not very impressed, I think. Luc Buchter. Guillaume Boivin. Still no one's managed to get up to him yet. See how hard it is when you're trying to chase back on here at the back, and then some rider goes flying past you like you are standing still. This is one of those races where you just have to keep trying and keep trying. and you might just find yourself riding through a tough moment, getting yourself back into the group and being okay. Frederick Bakker right on the back of the group. Van building his advantage, 9 seconds now. Sport Vlaanderen now represented at the front, so are Valenie Bruxelles, Mitchelton Scott, Israel Cycling Academy, Lars Boom still there. I think he fancies winning this today. Krits Nielands over on the left-hand side, covered in dust. Caden Groves taking on loads and loads of drink. Probably shouldn't be throwing his bottles into farmland, but apart from that. Guillaume Boivin into time trial mode. As I mentioned earlier, nearly 10,000 kilometres of racing this season for Guillaume Boivin. Riding for a team like Israel, you definitely get the races. He started his season in Mallorca, where traditionally you have the season opener for 3 days in Europe. Then you have, he rode the Tour of Provence, he rode Haute Var, then he rode Kuurne, and he rode Dwars door Vlaanderen and Trobro-Leon, which is a race like this. This year's Trobro-Leon was won by Andrea Vendram of Vendroni Giocattoli Siedemec. In second place was Baptiste Planquet. Oops, another problem. Almost. He had to right himself going into that right-hand turn. But luckily goes the right way. So many twists and turns on these roads. Top 10 included Fred Bakker this year, Anthony Delaplace, also Lilian Calmejean. Van looking for some sort of surface that he can ride on. Goes to the left-hand gutter. That's the good thing about being in the lead like this. He can choose where he wants to be. Spinning the gear over here. Looks comfortable. Next section goes from unpaved, this one, to cobblestone straight away on the Bottasweg. Sport Vlaanderen starting to chase. Israel doing a nice job of blocking here for Guillaume Boivin. A little bit of talking going into race radios. But Israel are just blocking the road. And some other teams are going to start to get a little bit annoyed in a minute. Israel up there with the entire team pretty much. They certainly ride well as a team, and here we go. Sport Vlaanderen aren't really going to stand for that, so they start to make their accelerations. Right to the back, Antoine Benoist and Willem van Schip coming through. I don't know why he's been out the back. Maybe he's been back at the team cars. Tim Merlier also. But now we see an acceleration. Israel Cycling Academy with Jensen, Nieland, Dempster, Rhyme, Schurers and Turech. And now Rupot decide to chase. And Israel block it straight away. Great teamwork. Really gravelly corner there. That's what this race is all about. In normal circumstances, everyone would be complaining. Today, it's all about the most gravel you can possibly find. Well, we haven't seen an advantage of over a minute yet, so maybe this is going to be it. Albassini on the left. Always looks like he's flat out. Still at the back of the group. Jason Van Dalen riding for Metec TKH Continental. Albassini now starts to up the tempo a little bit more. He did this once before and brought the race all back together. 38 seconds. $124 kilometers now of racing have been completed by the Peloton. At the moment, the average speed of this race is well over 42k an hour. Albassini trying to get something moving here. Well, we've heard quite a lot about the port today, and we've got the chance now to see it on the running back to the finish. We will go winding back through the port to complete the race. Still many sections left to go. Well, across from my commentary box, the crowd is getting warmed up by the band on the stage. Everyone's starting to dance. So that's a good atmosphere here in Antwerp around the port for the conclusion of the race. Still nothing. Oh, problem there on the right-hand side of the road for one of the Rumpot riders. Looks like he might have had a puncture. Coming back into the group, one of the Wanty rider into the Peloton, one of the Wanty riders. So it was Stord van Ginneken and I think a puncture. Yep. He finished 6th last year. Talks into his radio, pulls over to the side of the road. Looks like a blowout in the back tyre. Now more attacks to the front. Another move on the right-hand side. This is this Metec team. Meanwhile, Bovan is firmly in time trial mode. He's in a big gear, lovely smooth roads, and he is trying to grow the lead, heading now towards Berendrecht. He's around 9 kilometers from the town of Berendrecht. But he's got one unpaved section coming up of 2.7 kilometers in Freeland. Albacini firmly tracing now. Looking down on chasers. The gaps are opening now. And Rumpot have been strong all day as well. There's a few riders just explaining what to do in here. A little bit of, not hand slings, but a little shove on the back to get riders to go through. Now, if Bovan can manage to prize another group off the front, he'll be pretty happy when they get across. Seven riders in the chase. Another 4 riders trying to go across to that. Another 1 rider in the gap. Peloton all across the road, maybe 35, 40 riders in that group as we head through Stalbrook. Bovan takes a little glance around. You can tell that there's riders coming across, but I don't think he's going to want all of these here, because if they all come across, this race will stop, and then it will all be stalemate yet again. An important moment, I feel. Right hand turn as the riders come out onto more smooth road. Bovan's kind of given up now. So he's just going to let the legs recover, let everyone come up to him. He's done what he can. He's been away for a long time. There's Bovan just in the distance, and then this group of around 11 riders coming across. and the peloton just behind. I wonder if this is the moment where the race is going to be split. Mitchelton Scott with Dave McPartland in the team car today. He'll just be giving out a few little bits of advice to this squad. Seem now to be more on the back foot than the front. But Albacini's in the move. On to the next section now. If you'd like to message, at Ant Mc Crossan is where you can join me this afternoon for this Antwerp Port Epic. Up towards the front in the Belgian champions colours, Tim Merlier, cyclocross specialist. Oh, problem here. And a number of riders have hit the deck. The Evo Pro rider down is Peter Conning. That looks a little painful. Also down for Valony Bruxelles, looked like Axel Numella, who was second last year. Just take a look here. Big fall there at speed as they went onto the gravel. More of a dirt track, this one. Here's our front group. And the pace really still very high. Getting towards the last hour of racing now. It looks like this group is getting a bit of a lead. At some point in this race, all the power goes to the front and everyone else is just left riding a normal pace. Whoops. This is what can happen in the farm tracks. Don't scare the sheep. Few additions to the breakaway by the looks of things. This race is an experience, there's no doubt about that. Right, Bourvan now at the front again on the left. He looks so comfortable today, doesn't he? He's not even gritting his teeth. You look at Albacini, who's gritting his teeth, looking out of the dust. Bourvan is just now and then glancing, going across to the right-hand side of the road. We can see the port in the distance. As we see here, number 151. This is David Boucher. Peter Conning has just abandoned after that crash. 133 kilometres now covered in today's race. Looks like this split is starting to develop. Well, thanks for joining us for the Antwerp Port Epic. This is the second edition of the race that was split from Sarchelles, which dated all the way back to, in history, to 1921, the first race, which was a year after the Olympics were held in Antwerp, where the road cycling was held on these streets. And then last season, the race was split in two, and we ended up with two races We still have the Scarschels race, and now we have the Antwerp Port Epic. So we have 2 races for the price of 1, which is wonderful. And this race has got ambitions to keep growing. Not far then from the next section of unpaved road, which will be 1,810 metres. We're onto the cobbles, a 1,080 metre cobble section. Riders dodging left and right, trying to find the smoothest part of road. Some riders just choosing to sit in the middle. And this rider from Metec giving everyone a lot of grief right now. Everyone moving across, and Bovan goes back to the front yet again. Boom is still in here safely in the orange. But Mitchelton Scott have ended up with 1 rider, having had all their riders in the group. But don't be surprised if this is about to come all back together yet again. Lars Boom wondering if he should split it up now, I think. Lars Boom just puts on a little bit more pressure. Back through the feed zone. And our next section goes from cobbles onto unpaved road, a total section of around 2,200 metres. And here we go. This is Obstapolder. We've been across this before. We kind of crisscross, go back and forward across these different sections. And a problem there at the front for one of the riders. Going through. Setting the pace. Looks like Rick Ottomer at the front. Rick Ottomer from the Metec TKH Continental Cycling Team, one of the smaller teams in the race. He's been the rider who's just trying to split it up now and then. When the riders in some of these continental teams get the chance to ride against World Tour competition, they take it with both hands. They really want to show what they're made of. It's their opportunity maybe to even get a contract. A team director might see them and suddenly their whole life can change. It's a massive day for some of these riders. Lars Boom again stretching this. .46 kilometres now remain. 3 riders are about to combine at the front. So a group of 3 now get together. Heading back down towards Antwerp now. A city of around about 500,000 population. The surrounding area brings it to 1.2 million. So it's not a massive city. But as both Danny and Jack have said during today's show, that it's very much, the economy is reliant on this port. Right on the back of the group, Michael Stockman. Well, Bourvin, having looked so good, didn't manage to make this move, neither did any of the Israel riders. So a little bit of a surprise that they've missed out. So they're going to have to chase this one back. But it was a nonchalant ride off the front of Lars Boom that just took this group away. Now behind we can see Israel starting to react. Nicky Terpstra up there in front of Tim Merlier. He's with a lack of teammates now, but Terpstra can go clear towards the end and win this race if he's feeling good. Now Bassini trying again. He just sneaks off the front. Oh, a little bit of a... taking that a little bit wide. Can these 3 riders now build their lead and go away? Let's see if that can happen. Here are our 3 leaders, led by Lars Boom. Time for feed. Managed to grab that one nicely. Now, as we run back in towards the port, we get fewer and fewer of the unpaved and cobblestone sections, but we've still got quite a few to cover. Albassini still leading the peloton. Bourvin is still up there. I think Van der Poel, David Van der Poel, is still close to the front. Merlier goes to the left-hand side, looking like he's just out for a normal, steady ride. It's funny how cyclocross riders can make any terrain look easy. Lars Boom. In the group with him is Ivor Slick from Monkey Town. And the other rider who is here is Havoc, number 94. Peter Havoc, who's been on the attack already today, riding for the Beat Cycling Club. He wears number 94. Monkey World's Ivar Slick is in here, and Lars Boom on the back. Ivar Slick swings across to the left-hand side. This gap is starting to open. We're here in 28 seconds. Chris Jensen near the front, second wheel. One long line now. Guillaume Boivin looking around again. The pace seems to have gone out of the chase. Israel need to do something. They've been involved in everything. Now they've missed an important move. Last year, we saw Van Keersbroek just ride away and eventually won the race. Because the race has been so hard and so full on that everyone has just got pretty much tired. Monkey Town rider on the back. I think I said Monkey World, but Monkey Town. Ivar Slick comes from the Netherlands, 26 years of age. He's been with this team since 2017. He used to ride for Rompot. He's a useful rider, the rider in black and yellow. Winner of a stage of the Cebu Cycling Tour, a stage of Tour of Futsu. This season he's had the opportunity to ride some good races, 37 days of racing, 5,763 kilometres. He started his season with Drenthe quite late in March. And he won the mountains classification at Travers les Hauts de France in May and took third on a stage of the Flèche du Sud and won the prologue of the Cebu Cycling Tour. So he's had a good season. This is Amy de Ghent. Amy de Ghent now trying to get across. 27 seconds, he's concerned. And this is what's going to start to happen now because teams don't have teammates and riders are starting to be very, very tired. Amy de Ghent on his own, 25 years of age. Second in Le Samin this season. Second in Stad Zottingham last year. He's got a contract with Wanty Jobert until the end of 2020. Road to Tour de France. Let's see whether he can cruise across. Riders who've ridden the Tour de France, if they've recovered, just tend to have that diesel engine. They can just power their way across a gap. On to the next zone. This is the A12 zone, 550 meters, a little bit gravelly. Lars Boom still looks so comfortable today. despite being in pretty much every major move you have to be in. Peter Havoc on the front, 25 years of age, winner of Grand Prix Stad Zottegem this year, and the winner of Ronde van Overijssel in 2018. Just won Stad Zottegem on the 20th of August. He's had a very good season. Nearly 6,500 kilometres of racing this season for this rider from Beat Cycling Club. Comes from the Netherlands, Peter Havoc. Fourth in the Tour of Estonia in 2018, and Amy de Gent is getting there. 10 seconds off the back, and the peloton now at 29. .7 kilometres to go, and we're now in one long line. These three riders waiting for de Gent to come across, which he's just about to do. De Gent is about to make the junction. That's going to help because you put Wanty in there, then it's really only Israel and Mitchelton who've missed. Amy de Gent just about to make the junction. As we reach 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're right on a schedule of 42 kilometres an hour. And now Corendon Circus decide they've got to do something about this. De Gent hasn't quite got there. He's almost there, but Boom has put the tempo on. And de Gent isn't able to close the gap. Peloton now starting to close in, so the race is starting to close up yet again. This is an interesting race. Just shows you've got these smaller teams and you've got riders of the calibre of Boom, etc. So you've got riders who are young, who want to win races, who want to get a contract. And then you've got riders like Boom and Albacini who've got the experience, and it really does make for a very, very good race. Let's see what happens when they get across. When de Gent makes it, hopefully. .37 kilometres to go. Oops, riders in the ditch. There's quite a few riders in the ditch. I'm not sure who certainly is in there, but there's a lot of riders who have hit the deck and gone into that ditch. Corendon Circus continue to push on. Let's take a quick look. Number 26 there at the back, Hamish Schurz. But in there, that looked painful. There's a few more riders in that ditch too. 3 or 4. That was the crash at the back there as riders went into the ditch. More riders on the right-hand side trying to avoid it. Sorry about the little bit of picture breakup. There is Tim Merlier with Albacini, I think. .35 kilometers now to go. So crashes have taken out a few riders this afternoon. That's why Boom is staying as close to the front as he possibly can. Gravel section, but it looks like Boom has disappeared here. Merlier is coming across. There's De Gent. There is Boom a little bit further back. Maybe just going to conserve a little bit of energy. Terpstra now is making his move. Nicky Terpstra of Total immediately onto his wheel. Terpstra now starts to attack. Look at the acceleration of Nicky Terpstra. This is a big move for the rider from Total Direct Energy. I think Boom might have a puncture or something. He can't go with that acceleration. This is a big attack. This is classic Nicky Terpstra. Yep, Lars Boom. Puncture. Such a shame. Left at the front. Ivar Slick of Monkey Town and Peter Havoc of Beat. But they'll get the news soon that Terpstra is on fire now. He is starting to go across. Ivar Slick setting the tempo in the yellow and black. Behind him is Amy De Gent, actually. So Havoc no longer there. And behind them we can see all sorts of things happening. So Lars Boom has been involved in all the action. He punctures at the wrong time. Now they go onto a tailwind. Where is Terpstra? There he is. He goes out of that corner. .33.5 kilometers to go. The next section will be the Conterscherp, which is 1,315 meters. This group of riders now, 6 of them trying to chase across. There's a group in front of them numbering 6 as well. A couple more riders in the gap, then the group just in front of them. There are little groups of riders spread all across the road. Here is Lars Boom. He's back on a decent tyre. Can he get across? This would be a wonderful move if he does. Team car sneaks in. Amy De Gent, followed by Ivar Slick. Behind them looks like Borvan again. Now we're on the cobbles. Ivar Slick at the front, De Gent, Bourvan, and is that Merlier at the back by the looks of things, the Belgian champion? It is. This is a strong group of 4. 32 kilometers to go. Bourvan has not missed a beat, has he? Here comes Nicky Terpstra. Now, if this group work together, this will be very good news. Hepburn is also with Terpstra. So Hepburn has recovered from that crash of earlier on. We'll end up with 6 riders in the front. Slick of Monkeytown, De Gent of Wanty, Bourvan of Israel, Merlier of Corendon Circus, Terpstra Total, and Hepburn and Mitchelton Scott. And that means, I think, that this race, the heat will go out of it. Nicky Terpstra on the wheel of Michael Hepburn, winner Tour of Flanders, winner Paris-Roubaix, twice the winner Tour of Qatar, winner of Eneco Tour, winner of E3. He's a proper classic bike rider, winner of Dwars d'Or Vlaanderen, twice winner of Le Summit. Had a little bit of a season so far to forget with crashes, but this rider is class. And he's trying now to win this race. The front group then becomes 6 as Terpstra and Hepburn make it across. 30 kilometres of racing to go, and this race now is hotting up even more than it was before. Hepburn looks for a little bit of food, but that attack by Nicky Terpstra has changed the shape of this race. Now these riders need to just work together. Nicky Terpstra, who's been a pro since 2005 when he turned pro as a continental team with the AXA Pro Cycling team. He moved to Milram in 2007, stayed there till 2011, was really with Quick-Step in all their incarnations all the way to 2018. And joined Total in 2019. It was a bit of a surprise, but in all honesty, Patrick Lefevre said he didn't have the money to pay Nicky Terpstra, and Terpstra had the ambitions of looking after his family and making sure he got the best contract he could get. So we went to Total. It's not been the best move for him yet, but things will come good in the end. They generally do. The neutral service car now moves into behind the leading group. Riders staying right in the gutter, trying to stay out of the cobbles. Ivar Slick setting the pace. Bourvan behind him, who must be tired. He's done so much today. Yesterday it was a sprint in the Brussels Cycling Classic. If you haven't seen the photo, it's really very good. Maybe not the best sprint photo of all time, but it's certainly up there. Caleb Ewan won the sprint. We're only 2 weeks away now from the start of the World Championships. Riders getting themselves ready for that huge week where all the rainbow jerseys are awarded. Can Lars Boom get himself back to the front of the race after being dominant all the way through? Puncture at the wrong time, but paid to him being in that front group. Here is Lars Boom. The answer seems to be no at the moment. He's not even back at the peloton, but he's trying. And he's working his way up towards the front. He's in the cars now. Just warns the team car. Tim Merlier on the right-hand side, the Belgian champion. Terpstra relaxing into this next right-hander. Terpstra comes out of it, accelerates hard. Hepburn has been in the moves. Terpstra hasn't. His team rode earlier on in the first hour, very, very quick on the front. Merlier had a problem. Bourvan's been involved in all the attacks. So has Hepburn earlier on in the day. So if this group can get working together, then this can stay away. But they really do need to work together. Bourvan is riding superbly today. He looks just like he's having a bit of fun on the bike. If you'd like to join me on Twitter, give me your predictions for today. At Anthony Mc Crossan is where you can join me. Can Lars Boom get there? Hepburn goes to the front. Moving through then, Ivar Slick. Hepburn's obviously got great legs today, judging by the way that he's been in the groups, crashed, come back. Now he finds himself in the lead group again. He's clearly on a day that could be special. 27 seconds as we make our way through the sunflower fields. Here's Lars Boom still. He's almost there, but then he's got another 20 odd seconds to get to the front. With him is Ludwig de Winter, and alongside is Axel Nomella. Axel Nomella was second last year. Terpstra now goes to the front. Just turns the heat up on everyone else a little. Hepburn's head's moving left and right here. Merlier is on the wheel. Counting down to the race finish. The crowd is starting to build here at the finish line. Huge hospitality. Reminds me of cyclocross a little bit. The next section coming up is 1,080 meters after this. Still 7 sections of cobbles and unpaved road to go. But not too far away now. Here's the chase. This gap is closing. We're very close now to the race finish. The dust jumping up on everyone. Boom looking still like he thinks he can get there. Well, crash for one of the riders. Finally, Bruxelles rider hits the deck in front of Boom. Not having the best of luck on the run-in, is he? That was Axel Nomella again who hits the deck. Last year was his race. This year it definitely isn't. He's obviously tired and he's making many, many mistakes. Sometimes you can want it too much and then everything just goes wrong when you're on the bike. You need everything to flow. A reminder then of our front group. Guillaume Bavan is the rider in the blue and white, but just behind you can see the peloton coming across. It's all coming back together again. So Bovan followed by Slick, followed by Hepburn, and Hepburn is going to the front. Maybe he feels like he wants to attack and make sure this peloton doesn't get across. Hepburn now goes on the left-hand side of the road. Bovan is with him on the right. We can see the Antwerp port. We are circling our way around it and back into the race finish. Peloton can see their prey just in front of them. Hepburn decides to give this some throttle. Goes to the front now, pushes on. Doesn't want this race to come back together. Neither does Terpstra. Now they're fully committed. They realise that they should have been riding. Terpstra now goes through to the front. He's a good ally to Michael Hepburn and Merlier and Bovan. They're the strongest riders in the group. Six more sections to go. Looks like Albacini in that gap. Ten seconds. Who is leading the peloton? In fact, I don't know if that's Hepburn has now dropped off the back after that acceleration. Surely not. Here's Lars Boom. It's game over, unfortunately. He's not coming back. He's tried and tried. but a puncture at the wrong time has caused him to lose the race. He'll be disappointed. He was riding so well today. He won't give up, he'll ride in. But he looked at one point like the race was going to be his. Hepburn has dropped off the back. Here he comes back again. Just found that little section a bit hard. Merlier's starting to get a little bit annoyed about what's going on in this group. It's a real pursuit now. Jan Willem van Schip comes to the front of the chase on those aero bars. Van Schip last year 5th overall. Hepburn has made it back. So Nicky Terpstra, Bourvin, Amy De Gent, Merlier and Hepburn now the leaders. We've lost Ivor Slick from Monkey Town. There he is. He's about to be caught. Well done to him today. Put in a strong showing in that group. Peloton being led by Valentine Bruxelles, but we know that their main man for the race from last year, he's not there now. Ivor Slick has been caught. Now he goes back to the front of the group and starts to work again. Says to the Valentine Bruxelles guys, right, come on, let's work together onto this next section. We've been across here already. 17 seconds the lead. And Terpstra is having none of it now. He is really making as much as he can to keep this race away. Merlier looks like he's got good legs today. Look at the way he's pedaling. Bourvin has certainly been good. We are seeing the real stars of this race come forward now. Terpstra is refusing to let the peloton come back. Everyone else is just sitting in the train. It's going to be a fast race by the finish. Inside the final 20 kilometres of racing now. Who's going to win today? Valentine Bruxelles bringing this back slowly but surely. 18 seconds. Jan Willem van Schip is there. Israel Cycling Academy are going to block this because Guillaume Bourvin is up the road. The motorbikes again being shown to go away by Corridon Circus. They're constantly complaining. There's always a trade-off. At the end of the day, these teams all need publicity, and you can't get publicity if the motorbikes aren't there without the TV cameras, so it has to happen. Left-hand side of the road, Guillaume Boivin of Canada. A great day for him today. Terpstra goes in the middle. Merlier looks across, wearing number 1 as Belgian champion. Amy de Ghent on the back. In the middle, Michael Hepburn, who to me is just hanging on, hanging on. Merlier on that Belgian champions coloured bike. Hepburn just leaving a little gap to Terpstra and Boivin. Tim Merlier was in demand at the beginning of the race. Terpstra having a go at Merlier. Just saying calm down. I think Terpstra wanted him to ride in the middle of the road. Now the commitment goes in. De Ghent goes through to the front. There's a study of Tim Merlier. Amy de Ghent goes through and works the 25-year-old. De Ghent will be strong after the Tour de France. Have this peloton got it in them to bring this race back? It looks to me like they're just disorganised. There's attacks going off the front. It doesn't seem to be a cohesive and well worked out chase. Riders just firing off the front all the time, then coming back together when they don't get anywhere. This is the 5th to last section. Nicky Terpstra. What's happened here? Nicky Terpstra goes the wrong way. And now he's not impressed at all. Terpstra is back at the front of the peloton. He goes the wrong way. So now we've ended up with a group at the front. Terpstra will have something to say about that. De Ghent, Boivin, Merlier and Hepburn now at the front. Here's our 4 riders. Well, there's been a few riders going the wrong way today. I don't know whether it's just the marshals not being positive enough or the riders just misinterpreting what's being said, because the marshal was clearly on that corner. But to be fair, it did look like you could go straight on. Four riders remain on the front. Boivin, Tim Merlier in the Belgian champions colours, Hepburn, Amy de Ghent on the back. They've got a long way to go to the finish though, as for 4, with a chase that's going on behind, and add in the firepower of Terpstra if he can recover from being annoyed. Then this race could come back together. Roompot are throwing everything they can at this to bring it back. Just having a look to see who is here. On the front of the group, it's Jesper Asselman. Jesper Asselman doing all the work for Roompot. So it's the Dutch rider chasing this down, 29 years of age. Stage winner in the Tour de Yorkshire this year, Jesper Asselman. Remember that? That was a great victory He just held off a fast closing peloton that was caught right on the line. There's our trio. Or our quartet, rather. Only 15.5 kilometers to go. Hepburn goes through. Merlier now kicks through, now on attack. And this comes from Jan Willem van Schip, who's decided he's going to close it on his own. Terpstra goes with him immediately. He closes it to 14 seconds. Terpstra says work. There's no point just trying to do it on your own. Chris Juul Jensen sitting on the back of that little group that's working at the front of the peloton. Now another counter-attack as a rider tries to go across. More counter-attacks. Immediately caught by Wanty Jobert. 13 seconds. They can see these riders just in front of them now. "13 seconds as we work our way back into the port. This race is still pretty much anyone's. Chris Bergmans has just crossed the line in front of me, having ridden and taken a shortcut. Israel are doing a great job for Guillaume Bovan today. If he wins, they're going to be so thrilled with this. Juul Jensen also playing it cool. Four sections to go now. Mainly cobbles, or in fact all cobbles now on the run-in. Bovan accelerates out. This is the Pas Reveld, 565 meters of cobbles. Tim Merlier goes through. Amy de Ghent takes a glance. Merlier out the saddle. Is the Belgian champion going to win the Antwerp Port Epic? Hepburn still hanging on. Peloton starting to close this one in now. 16 seconds. Look at the way that Israel are riding. They're helping all these riders at the front. Zach Dempster Such an experienced rider from Australia, rode for many years in Great Britain. Four riders on the way in, 12 kilometres to go, 23 seconds. Hepburn, who's the fastest rider in the sprint? I would say Hepburn is from his track background, but you can never discount the others in this group. Counter-attack coming now. And a counter-attack coming from Wanty. In that chasing peloton, we now have 23 riders. Timothy Dupont working his way across. I'm trying to work out why he is. He's got a teammate up the road. Just acting as a little bit of a carrot, but maybe he doesn't realise with the chaos that's going on. Tim Dupont, 31 years of age, winner of Charles Sells in 2018, so the previous race. This is the next zone. Ekasputten, 3 after this, 2 more sections to go. Can Tim Dupont get himself across to the front group? That will help out Amy de Gent. Now he's got the gap. He's only 6-7 seconds ahead though of the peloton. The gap's gone out to 31. 10 kilometres now to go. They've got one more section of cobbles, 345 metres, and another section of 300 metres of cobbles on the run-in. Bourvan goes through to the front. There we are, 10 kilometres to go, being shown at the side of the road. Merlier looks around. Weird move by Timothy Dupont. Dupont looks around, he sees riders coming across. I don't quite understand why he is here. And when you've got a teammate who's riding well in the front group. Michael Hepburn at the front. He's been rocking and rolling for a little while. Is this rider going to get across? Well, it looks like it's coming back together. And it's going to be Dupont who's put his teammate in a situation where he's gone from 30 seconds to being caught. Now there's a big chase. These riders trying to get across. Dupont is there. Also in there is, looks to me like Mikael Reim. And they are just going to ride their way across. And from the Beat Cycling Club, it looks like Peter Havik again. The front group of riders then, Amy de Gent, Guillaume Boivin, Tim Merlier, Michael Hepburn, being chased now by Dupont, Rime and Havoc. The peloton all in one long line. Mikael Rime from Estonia. Terpstra looks around again. He's going to be really annoyed after what happened out there. Now we see Jan Willem van Schip trying to jump across for the Roompot team. Riders all over the place. Albacini tries to go with this acceleration. There were 23 riders in that peloton. Now there's 20. Here's our front group. In the Belgian champions colours, Merlier, Boivin, Hepburn, Amy de Gent. They're working well together. They have been working well all the time. Merlier constantly glancing, seeing what's happening behind, calculating how he can win this race. 3 more riders working their way across. So Boivin will be joined by his teammate Mikael Rime. Amy de Gent will be joined by Timothy Dupont, and we also have Peter Havoc in here for Beat Cycling Club. 4 riders about to become 7 on the run into the finish. They're going to join with 8 kilometres to go. Big acceleration. 8 kilometres to go. 7 riders in the front, chased by 20. Now they need to just push on. Tim Merlier goes straight to the front. Boivin goes through. And now an attack. This is what's going to mess this race up. I think that's Dupont trying to go clear. Amy de Gent goes to the front, sorry. Big attack from him. Boivin trying to go with him. So immediate attacks. Merlier now attacks for the colours of Corendon, in the colours of the Belgian champion, riding for Corendon Circus. He jumps across. He's got good legs. He closes that gap so quickly. Merlier now jumps away. If it's Boivin, has he got the legs to go with this? This is going to be 3 riders now at the front. This is hurting, and it's hurting a lot. 3 riders remain at the front now. 7 kilometres to go. Now it's all going to come back together. Heading back in towards the port of Antwerp. Second largest port in Europe, one of the top 20 ports in the globe. Over the Schelde River. Now it's all coming back together again. Mikael Rime sitting in the group. Boivin goes through again. De Gent on the wheel. Mikael Rime looking for every single move that goes. The Estonian rider goes through with, I think it is Dupont. So Wanty and Israel trying everything they can. Merlier has to react again. Mikael Rime onto the wheel of Timothy Dupont, the 31-year-old rider on the front. Mikael Rime has closed this one up. 26 years of age, former Estonian champion. It's so stretched. Where is the peloton of 20 riders? Mikael Rime on the front, stage winner in the Colorado Classic, twice the national champion of Estonia. He swings across again. Here goes Boivin. Has he got anything left in the legs? Amy de Gent is there. The Peloton are behind. No, the Peloton not in view, so they really need to not mess around. In fact, the Peloton just come round the corner. They've got to push on. Tim Merlier goes to the other side of the road with the road furniture. Onto the bridge to come into the port. 5 kilometres to go. They really need one rider from Wanty, one rider from Israel just to keep the pressure on. Otherwise, this race is coming back together. Michael Hepburn, diesel engine across the gap. He's gambling. He's hoping they don't get caught. Tim Merlier looks at everyone. This is going to come back together. And one of the 20 riders at the back could win. Not far to go now. I'm not sure Hepburn's got the legs. Now an attack. Big attack on the left-hand side of the road. Looks like a little bit like Amy de Gent as he went. Amy de Gent opens up the gap now. This is a big acceleration. Israel needs to close it. Narrow little, oh, it's so narrow there. It's almost like going onto, in fact it is onto a bike path. Hearing on Radio Tour that Nicky Terpstra has gone on the attack. De Gent being chased down here by Tim Merlier. Mikael Rime trying to get across. Bovan talking into his radio. I don't know if Bovan's got the legs left. He hasn't. The legs are absolutely giving out now. He is on the absolute limit. And Israel are now on the back foot. Mikael Rime goes through. In fact, this is the Beat Cycling Academy rider, Havoc. Havoc goes through to the front. Amy de Gent is there. So Wanty have done everyone over here. DuPont is there. Merlier onto the front. 4 riders. Big attack now. Nicky Terpstra now trying to come across. Originally in the front group. This is a big attack now with 2 kilometres to go. Amy de Gent now on the attack. As he makes his way onto the bridge. 3 riders chasing, another 2 riders behind. Where is Terpstra? Not far to go now, only 1,300 metres. There is the group with Terpstra, I think. Terpstra attacking hard now as he tries to get himself back across to the front. The big acceleration as we make our way across the last section of cobbles. And behind the chase is on. Havoc is trying to close the gap. De Gent's been on the attack all day. In past the port house. 1 kilometre of racing to go. Amy de Gent now being chased by Peter Havoc, Tim DuPont and Tim Merlier. Amy de Gent continues with this attack now, making his way in towards the finish. This is going to be a victory for Wanty Jobert. He looks to me like he has managed to time this one to absolute perfection. Wanty and Israel tried to set this up. Peter Havoc trying to close the gap. Merlier, the Belgian champion. Tim DuPont in the centre of the group. but the victory is going to go to the Wanty-Jobert squad. A fantastic day out for them. They have taken the win yet again. They got the win with Van Keersbroek last year, and it is a great victory for Amy de Gent of the Wanty-Jobert team. They take first and they take third. Merlier is second. Tim Dupont is third. Well, the tactics of Dupont paid off. When he went across, it put them on the front foot. It was a gamble, but it worked. Terpstra comes in now, and the rest of the group now sprinting for the places. Jan Willem van Schip trying to get into the top 10. A wonderful win by Amy de Gent. He just rolled away, and that was it. Game over. Amy de Gent takes the Antwerp Port Epic for 2019. That was a great worked out tactic by Wanty. Tim Dupont riding across. He must have felt strong enough to get there, and then it was all about flat out attacks. And finally Amy de Gent was the rider who got away. The old 1-2 paid off. That's the 8th win of the season for Wanty. The last one was Andrea Pascalon, who won a stage in Nouvelle-Aquitaine just a couple of weeks ago, and old Christian Eiking won a stage of the Arctic race. First win for Amy de Gent of the season. And the riders just coming into the finish line now. Just crossing the line was Alex Mengelas of Beat Cycling Club. Just finishing also is Yves Coulen. But here's the attacks that happened. Amy de Gent just jumping away. Great teamwork by the two Wanty riders. And then once he got the gap, that was it. Game over. No one was going to bring him back. The average speed over 42 kilometers an hour today.
Wij vragen onze renners ook niet terug te keren. Iemand die daar verantwoordelijk is van de organisatie om de renners niet over de aankomstlijn te laten terugkeren, alsjeblieft. We krijgen nog...
Tim Dupont very pleased with the performance of his team today. As we look out across the port, we'll hear now from the winner of today's race, Amy de Gent, with that wonderful solo attack into Antwerp to take today's victory.
Amy de Gent, wat een race man, wat een overwinning. Gefeliciteerd.
Ja, dank u. Het was een hard bevochten wedstrijd. En ik ben blij dat we met de ploeg aan het langste eind kunnen trekken.
Ja, die man die daar nu links van jou zit, rechts van ons in het beeld, ja, die heeft het jou eigenlijk wel een stuk makkelijker gemaakt om voor die overwinning te gaan. Hè. Het was een ideaal scenario.
Ja, natuurlijk. Met twee zijn altijd sterker. Zeker met Timo als sprinter ook. Natuurlijk, ja, met Tim erbij wisten we dat het een sprint moeilijk ging worden. Dus een van ons twee moest wegrijden en ja, ben ik dan geworden.
Next question will be in English. So this is the Antwerp Port Epic. Your race was very epic today.
Yeah, I think so. The first off-road sections, I thought it's not going to be my day, but yeah, I got better and better, and I'm happy to finish it off.
This is the most important one of your career.
It's my first one, so it's my most important one, yes.
Thank you, congratulations.
Amy de Gent takes his first win of this season and his first win as a pro into Antwerp today. As he said, it's the most important one because it's his first one. And once that happens, the gates tend to open because a rider remembers how to win once they've turned professional, and that's the hardest thing to do. And then once that happens, the rider can feel a little bit more composed, a little bit more calm. It was a great performance by him today. He was always in the right moves. He seemed to just have this kind of sniffing things out and knowing that he was going to be good by the end of the race.
Tim Merlier, we hadden het gezegd voor de wedstrijd. Ze gaan jou proberen nekken in de finale. En het is gebeurd.
Het is inderdaad gebeurd, maar ik denk dat ik er alles aan gedaan heb om het niet te laten gebeuren. Alleen ja, ik kost niet. Ik had een beetje meer steun verwacht, maar ja, natuurlijk. De rest zal ook wel op de limiet gezeten hebben. En, ja, met die trui aan verwachten ze ook natuurlijk dat ik het oplos. En, ik heb het zoveel mogelijk gedaan en de ene keer heb ik moeten laten begaan en helaas ja, bekoop ik dat.
IJmee de Gent had iemand die jij miste in de kopgroep, een ploegmaat.
Wat lief?
IJmee de Gent had in de kopgroep iemand die jij miste en dat was een ploegmaat.
Ja, inderdaad. Natuurlijk, ja, pech hoort er ook bij. Roy rijdt nog gelekt op het einde, denk ik. Dus ja, het zijn allemaal factoren die meegespeeld hebben. Hè. Helaas, ja, het zat niet mee.
Next one is in English. You're the Belgian champion. How disappointed are you now with the second place?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. Yeah, of course. But yeah, second place is not bad. No, road season is over, so now I'm gonna focus on the cyclocross season.
You came third in 2017, second now. So you came third in 2017, second now. So in 2 years you will win here.
Yeah, I hope. We will see, but yeah, 3 times on the podium here, it's not bad, but I'm missing the first place.
Thank you very much.
Little disappointed, Tim Merlier, but now it's time for him to think about muddy fields and cyclocross. We'll see him during the World Cups in the winter. On the podium again, but a great day for Wanty Jobert. They got that absolutely right. Shame for Israel. They did everything right today until the legs of Bourvan gave out, and I think he might have had a slow puncture as well as he came across the line. Mikael Rym just didn't have the acceleration at the time to go with the move when it happened. We wait now for the podium presentation. And now we're going to hear from Tim Dupont of the Wanty Jobert team.
Timothy Dupont, fantastisch ploegenwerk op het laatst. Hè? Ideale zet van jou op een aantal kilometer van de finish.
Ja, inderdaad. Ik had echt goede benen. En, ja, ik wist die 5 man die voorop waren, dat een meet heel moeilijk ging hebben. Natuurlijk met Merlier erbij. Dus ja, ik wist dat ik moest gewoon reageren. En ja, het peloton die naar over is schot, viel volledig stil. En dan heb ik gewoon vol een bak alleen achter gegaan. En ik kwam toen nog 2 man bij mij. Dat was ik denk een ideaal scenario. We komen erbij en dan kost het ploegenspel echt beginnen.
in English. So this is a fantastic race, has been a fantastic race for the team, and the strategy was very clear. Eh? You had to eliminate Tim Merlier in the last case.
Yeah, for sure. I thought 3 Ks to go, I attack full gas, but Tim takes me back again, and then I say directly to Aimé, go full gas, and I think we played the game perfect, and we won 1 and 2, and 1 and 3 is perfect for the team.
I think that Aimé will buy you a very nice beer this evening.
I think a big beer.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Perfect team tactics. Here's confirmation of today's result. Amy de Gent takes his first victory for Wanty Jobert. He wins ahead of Tim Merlier in second and his teammate Tim Dupont in third. The rest of the top 10 made up with including Michael Hepburn, who had a great race. Nicky Terpstra, who went slightly the wrong way and then ended up in 7th place. And Jan Willem van Schip again finishes in 8th place. In a few moments, the presentation of today's Antwerp Port Epic. As we look out across the port, we've seen wonderful sights of this entire area today. The contrasting port and the green lanes, the gravel roads, the cobbles and the dust. Now we get ready for the podium presentation of today. Flying over the port house. High fives all round for Amy de Gent. And we're ready now for the podium presentation. Timothy Dupont in 3rd place today for Wanty Jobert. Tim Merlier, the 2nd place rider today. And the winner of today's race from Wanty Jobert, Amy de Gent.
En met Dickert, uiteraard de zoenen die erbij horen. Frescata, de schepenwasport van de stad Antwerpen, die gaat de schop.
Amy de Gent takes the victory for Wanty Gobert today.
Dames en heren, uw applaus voor ons podium. Winnaar, Amy de Gent, 2, Timmerlier, 3, Timothy Dupont.
There's our podium at the end of a great race. Flat out from the start, all action. And Tim Dupont brings his daughter onto the podium as well.
En ik zou zeggen, Antwerpen, laat u nog even horen voor winnaar. Amy de Gent, 2, Timmerlier, 3, Timothy Dupont. Het podium van deze Antwerpen Podium. En dan ga ik even toch bij Timothy voor
Here's the replay then of Amy de Gent coming in to win today's race. Well timed, well executed, great teamwork. Well, as we look out across Antwerp, it's been a wonderful day of racing. Thank you to all of you for watching. We appreciate your time in supporting today's Antwerp Port Epic, and we're going to leave you with some highlights of today's race. Bye for now.